Hello and welcome everybody to the NECC League of Legends playoffs week 2. We've got Purdue and the Indiana University Hoosiers. I am your play-by-play, unfortunately, Shibby, here with the color caster, RMC, our first cast together. I'm very excited. RMC, how are you doing? How is playoffs? How was your day?
Well, Shibby, I'm glad you're here. So for those of you who don't know, usually you see me at Orbital. Orbital was unavailable tonight at the last second, so Shibby is hopping in to cover this. Very thankful you're here, and I'm excited to work with you, Shibby. It's been a hot minute. We talk a lot. We're friends, but because we're both color casters, we rarely get to work together. But tonight, in a colorful game, I suppose, with Purdue Gold and the Hoosiers, I'm glad you're going to be with me, buddy. I've been told Purdue and apparently Indiana University are in-state rivals. So tonight should be a spicy one.
Some bad blood between the teams. And you know me, RMC, I like to stir the pot as much as I can. And so let's get into these lineups. Let's start off with Purdue Gold here. And RMC, walk me through this because we've got Vali, Lychee, Fox, Galayusi, who is not Gumayusi, and we've also got a somewhat familiar name, Saknam, in the support role.
Yeah, Saknam, I think we know him more as a top lane player. So interesting to see him actually substituting here in the support role. But I kind of like it because you're paired with Galayushi, who might not be Gumayushi, but might as well be here within C-Law. This guy is absolutely cracked, insane. He likes his Dravens, his Samaras, his Neelas, these lane-dominant champions. And when you've got a player like that, you've got to pair him with somebody mechanical. So Saknam kind of just role-swapping down there to enable this. And Valley has done really well on the top side as well, is another big carry. And when I look at Purdue Gold, it's more about the side lanes that I consider really big threats. Well, Fox enables all of these players by playing whatever the team needs from him.
Well, speaking of big bottom lane threats, we move on to the Indiana University Hoosiers here, who in the top lane is High Prince, in the jungle, Yama, in the mid lane, Sleep, Loki, Dosi, and Hiccup rounding out that bottom lane duo. And you talked about big carry threats. Well, Loki, Dosi, and Hiccup are no strangers to putting the team on their back.
No, and actually, both these teams, Purdue Gold and Indiana University Hoosiers, they both hail from the same division, Champions Central A. So they've actually played each other in the regular division, or regular season, pardon me, and Loki, Dosi, and Hiccup actually beat out Galayushi and Saknam the last time they met as well. So as much as Galayushi likes those lane-dominant champions, Loki, Dosi, and Hiccup are incredibly lane-dominant duo themselves.
Yeah, and both of these rosters having a couple of role swaps around, right? We've got, for the Hoosiers, looks like a support player playing jungle. Obviously, you've got Saknam, the top laner, playing support, right? There's a bit of a musical chairs going around here, but it doesn't look like it's affected either of these teams as they meet up in this playoff match. And for me, RMC, the big question is, where do your eyes turn to? I know we talked about the bot lane a little bit, but is there any other matchup that you're particularly looking to keep your eyes on during this series?
Honestly, it's primarily the bot lane matchup to me, should be, because both these teams rely so heavily on their bot lanes, and because both of them like lane dominant champions, the way the lane goes often dictates how the rest of the match will go. And Shibby, I'm going to be honest, with Purdue Gold, we have lots of tape, right? 7 weeks of regular season plus quarterfinals. But for the Hoosiers, we have very little, because the Hoosiers somehow, through their playoff season, only played 2 matches out of a possible 7. They had 5 forfeits going either way. So they come out of their division 3rd seed with 5 wins, 2 losses, only 2 matches played. Funnily enough, both those matches were up against Purdue, both the black and the gold team. So we don't have a lot of tape. I'm not quite sure where else to look at for this Hoosiers team right now.
Yeah, it's kind of rough prepping for a team that only has 2 games, and one of those losses is to you and your sister team. That's a big, big sting. And so I wonder how the Hoosiers are going to prep for this, right? Are they going to look to ban out that bottom lane, get that advantage for themselves? Are they going to want to B1 a very strong AD carry like the Varus, potentially like the Callista here? It feels like whoever's on that blue side has first pick on what they want, how they want to dictate the lane, and it kind of just goes on from there. But are you in the camp that maybe the red side support counter pick is more valuable in this bottom lane matchup?
Well, Shibby, we are on patch 14.7, and already last patch, I think things have changed up. Blue side has become really strong because of IE changes and Jinx coming back into meta. So as lane dominant as these AD carries are, I believe the very last match the Hoosiers played up against, I think it was UIC, they actually picked the Jinx themselves for Lokidosi. And I wouldn't be surprised if, we see sort of blue side being the priority with the Jinx, or if you want to go red side, then it's almost guaranteed that you have to ban that Jinx.
And, with Jinx and these kind of carries coming up, one of my favorite champions starts to pop up again in the support role. The Thresh, I think, is going to be kind of hotly contested, right? Jinx Thresh, Aphelios Thresh, these kinds of get-out-of-jail-free cards for the support role. I don't want to see any enchanters, RMC. No more Lulu, no more Janna, no more Yumi. I don't want to see it anymore. I'm tired of it, RMC. I want to see some guys get in and hit some hooks, maybe some Blitzcrank, maybe some Thresh. I'm very excited for this, but there are some contested mid laners on the board, right? Things like Hui, Orianna, Twisted Fate, Victor as we get into the draft here. Do you think any of these are going to be contested at all, or is it kind of just more along the lines of, hey, I'll trade you one and we'll do the other and we'll just kind of ping pong mid lane back and forth between each other?
And let's not forget, Azir is back and re-enabled, Shibi. That champion who we've seen way too much of. You've listed so many different mid lane champions. I do think there's enough that you can kind of handshake and decide, like, hey, you get one, I get one in the mid lane, compared to the bot lane where it's pretty much Jinx, Aphelios, Zeri right now. So I still think the priority will be in the AD carry role. For now, though, Shibi, Hui is removed. And I'm sorry to tell you, in the Hoosiers, Hiccup pretty much only plays enchanters. So we're likely to see an enchanter, unless Purdue go like kind of triple enchanter bans. Even then, I'm sure there are options. For now, though, Lulu taken off the board by Purdue.
Ooh, and the Blitzcrank being removed as well. An interesting pick, specifically because Hiccup, like you said, plays, a lot of those enchanters, so that Blitzcrank can run amok. But there are other hook champions on the board: Nautilus, Thresh. You could even have Rel, who's heavy engaged. But they're going to kind of spread the bans out here. And for the Hoosiers, who are on that blue side, is it almost guaranteed for them to just lock in the B180 carry? Like, is there nothing else on this patch that's B1able right now, especially on patch 14.7 with all the changes coming through?
I mean, technically, you could still go for Varus who wants killing. Zeri and Aphelios are options as well. Or, because both these bot lanes are so lane dominant, we might still see the things like the Kalista, the Lucian still being incredibly high prio. Nami got buffed as well, which indirectly always makes Lucian feel better. So that could be a priority matchup. Lilia actually being banned out. That's a champion that Lychee plays a lot in solo queue, but we've actually not seen him play here in the NECC.
Oh, and right on the money,
okay,
the
Varus
coming in for the Hoosiers here. And this champion is so diverse. It's so good. I feel like it's impossible to kind of move him out of that bot lane. You can go the lethal tempo, the on-hit Varus that we've seen, or you can opt in for lethality. But right on the money, RMC, the Jinx gets locked in. Do we just see the support pairing before potentially Saknom's champion pool might get pinched out a little bit, as we do see the Volibear? Typically, you want to pair up the Jinx with the Enchanter's support, no?
Usually you do. I mean, after all, it enables her to do so much, but you can kind of wait to see what else wants to come through. Volibear did get a tiny nerf this patch in regards to how frequently his ult is available. The cooldown kind of got increased a little bit, but he's still an incredibly strong ganker. And when you do play a Jinx, Shibi, you do need a bit of a bridge to get to that late game. Static Shiv have gotten nerfed this patch, so it doesn't wave clear quite as well. And that means AD carries do actually need somebody else to help bridge them instead of just building the building Static Shiv and just wave clearing 24/7.
Ooh, and this Jin Zhao coming in from the Hoosiers is going to run some quite much needed interference, right? The ultimate, the Crescent Guard coming in, allowing you to kind of dissuade some of the reset potential. But I was going to touch on this. What are they going to pair up, right? The Jinx with another reset champion. Now you've got to get some lockdown in, right? Enable this Jinx, enable this Ahri to start resetting across the map. What do you think Purdue can kind of round their comp out as we get into the final phase of bans?
Well, they've already got decent engage with the Volibear, and I really like the pairing with the Ahri as well. They are looking for most likely top and support, or potentially jungle and support, because Volibear can be flexed around here. I would like to see the Enchanter you're kind of mentioning, Shibi, not just as something that pairs well with the Jinx, but also as something to just deny away from the side of Hiccup. And for the side of Indiana, it's worth noting as well, they've already got the Karma lock. That can be flexed to support as well. Karma Varus is in a very annoying lane to deal with, especially for something like a Jinx, where you can just kind of outpoke her. She doesn't have innate sustain. She will struggle to deal with the push that comes through as well.
I mean, the question is, how sure are we that this Karma is going to the bot lane? I know she got some changes.
Not at all.
She's been kind of getting tapped down ever so slowly. I feel like you can still flex her into that mid lane. I want to know if Indiana is going to opt in to just kind of lock in a top laner here as the Braum actually gets placed in. So some much needed security. In the event that it's a potential poke Varus or even the on-hit, the Braum shield provides so much safety into the Montracus, into the Varus, as we are going to see the Aatrox being blinded now. So they are going to have top lane counterpick for Purdue here.
And we're still waiting to see if that Karma is going to be flex mid or into the support role, Shibby. Because it is an Enchanter, it is in Hiccup's sort of champion pool. The Vigar coming through from sleep. Okay, I appreciate that. I actually really like Vigar personally. Pity Orbital is not here because that's one of his favorite champions as well to come through.
I know.
And I like it into the Ahri specifically as well. I mean, sure, the baby cage can be a bit difficult to land on the Ahri, but the R just makes it so easy to pop her if she takes any sort of damage to come through. It surprises me as well that we do see Purdue actually opt for the Yone into the top lane. It's great into the Aatrox, don't get me wrong. So it's a great counter matchup, but into the likes of Vigar, I've seen a lot of Yones just run head first in the baby cage trying to find those initiates, and the next thing you know, you're dead before you get any of your teamfight damage off.
Yeah, that Event Horizon can really run interference. I feel like Indiana has a pretty solid composition to kind of stop the movement, stop the momentum that Purdue Gold is trying to mount here. But Summoners, we are on to Summoners Rift here. We've got Indiana University Hoosiers versus Purdue Gold. I am Shibby, your play-by-play here with RMC. For anybody that's just joining us, and RMC, should we see any shenanigans here? Typically, when I think of Braum, I think of Invade. That's my brain.
Yeah, no, that's 100% fair, Shibby. Braum is one of the strongest level 1 invaders or strongest level 1 champions in general. The fact that a lot of his basic abilities are really high base numbers, plus the fact that his passive, basically, you don't require an ability to have a stun, makes him really strong on the invade or the counter invade. But I think Purdue as a whole don't want to invade necessarily. The rest of their composition is not great for it. Ahri usually needs a couple of levels. Ideally, you need at least 2 skills. The Charm is good, but not a lot of damage. Yone and Jinx need time to scale. So if anybody wants to do level 1 shenanigans, it should be the Hoosiers.
So we do see Bolivar checking out here. Lychee doing a good job just trying to get some vision. Montracue coming out, and Hiccup just trading the damage back and forth. Not going to be too relevant, I think. Lychee on the Volibear, very healthy clear, and I think the cool thing is that, you know, how fast his clear speed is depending on how you optimized it, right?
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see how quickly Lychee can go here. Xin Zhao has a pretty fast initial clear, but he's not known as a farmer, so you kind of want to go for ganks, but so does Volibear. So I'm very curious to see if Lychee kind of just opts the full clear and try and outspeed the Xin Zhao, or whether you just try and match these ganks, which I expect to see coming through from Yama. A personal pet peeve is when I see Xin Zhao's and J4s, just kind of full clear without ganking. That's really not the most efficient way with these particular junglers.
Yeah, and you talked about this early pain that the Purdue bot lane is going to face here. Karma Varus, probably the premier poke lane right now in the meta, right? Used to be Ezreal Varus, or sorry, Ezreal Karma. And now it's kind of swapped over, and it's kind of rough to play in. But I do want to pick your brain about that top lane matchup a little bit. You talked about the Yone having a favorable matchup into the Aatrox. Is there anything Aatrox can do later on? Is he just going to have to team fight with his team? Does he win side lane eventually? Because I feel like when you pick Aatrox, you pick it for being lane dominant. You pick it for that really heavy trading.
Yeah, and especially with the lethality Aatrox that we've seen become the predominant build. Yeah, you're expected to kind of just one-shot your opponents or at least burst them down very, very quickly. Now, the Yone, the reason why Yone is so good into Aatrox is actually because of his mobility. Aatrox gets big bursts of damage when you can nail somebody within the sweet spot of your skills. Yone makes that really, really hard. So Aatrox can still actually win out in the early game before Yone skills up, before Yone can actually start to win trades. As the game goes on, though, Shibby, it really is all about the Yone. If Yone loses that matchup post 2 items, that's on Valley. That's less than High Prince, trying to play it perfectly. So for High Prince, I expect to see the early pressure come down. If that doesn't work out, then I think you start having to rotate towards team fights with this Aatrox for the Hoosiers. You probably won't win the split push, but you could also still look for picks, right? Like your Vigar scales incredibly well, and Yone isn't his brother Yasuo. There's no win wall to save him from a Vigar pressing R. There is no counterplay there.
Yeah, and right now, both junglers, like you said, starting on opposite sides. The clear advantage, obviously, going over to Lychee on that volley bear. And taking a look at the runes and summoner spells, nothing too out of the ordinary, in my opinion. You do have the ignite onto Saknam, as Lychee is going to maybe fancy himself a gank. Well, the minions are just going to push, and Amended is completely fine.
Yeah, that's actually funny that Fox kind of just pushed out right there. I was right with you. Should be thinking we'd see a gank. Oftentimes, Flash Vol Bear ganks are literally unstoppable. Yama trying to answer back, and with the push between... Oh, this is doable. Very doable.
Wind becomes lightning. Onto the E. Jinx flashes here, and the kill goes over to the Karma. A well-executed dive from the Hoosiers nets the kill, and they're not done. Saknam is going to be the apple of their eye. He's going to get the winds become lightning onto them. Going to E onto them. Lychee's here with the Q, with the E. Then he's going to trade the kill back. Hiccup and Loki Dosi just firing away right now. Hail of arrows is not enough. The TP comes in from Fox to stave off any more aggression. Hiccup takes a tower shot. Is Loki going to be able to get it with the piercing arrow? The flash from Lychee dodges it out, but overall the Hoosiers come up with a net positive play.
Yeah, and Shippy, we were talking about this, the fact that this bot side could be so volatile. It wasn't necessarily just a 2v2. I love the fact that Yama correctly identified that, hey, let's get some pressure down in the bot side. That winning lane for us, the lane that has historically taken over games. And you were talking, Shippy, about what Volbear can build, the different builds he can go. Well, one thing he didn't go was tank. And so Lychee was very, very squishy when it actually came down to that 2v1.
Oh, and now... gonna look to potentially get onto Valley. Wind become lightning does miss here. Yama is just on a ganking spree right now, and this is what you want to do with the Xin Zhao, right? You don't want to farm. You don't want to get into a clear war. You want to try to gank. You want to try to impact lanes. You want to try to have your presence known, as the dragon is going to be traded for the grubs here. And RMC, I have yet to really pick your brain about this, as the Foxfire Dash come into here, ulting from the Ahri. Fox is going to get rooted up. Hail of Arrows comes out to 2v4. Hiccup and Loki Dosi are really just fancying themselves a fight, and the piercing arrow pierces through Fox as Lychee is trying to get something back. In a 2v4 situation, they're able to turn it on its head.
What on earth? You gank Loki Dosi once and he will repay you in spades. As you said, 2v4, and huge props to Hiccup as well. Kind of just body blocking a little bit, saying that, hey, you want to get past me to get to Loki Dosi? Yeah, you have to, and I still have my flash, so I'm okay to kind of stall out and buy space. Huge props to them. And for Purdue, good that they got the dragon. Not so good that they've started to fall behind a little bit on the spot side.
Yeah, you can't afford to die like that if you are the Ahri, right? Giving Vigar a free lane uncontested right now, just letting him kind of farm minions, stack up his ability power. He's going to be a menace later on. I feel like Fox and Lychee have kind of paid for the sins of their bottom lane a little bit, right? They haven't been able to really get the upper hand, as the Mantra W does come out here. Lychee is on the way through river. Loki Dosi and Hiccup have not spotted him out. Ignite comes down. Winter's Bite misses flash from Hiccup. Loki Dosi trying to get one more. Lethal tempo in the face of 3. He'll get another one. Loki Dosi has balls of steel.
And Fox is coming to try and find Hiccup as well. They won't be able to find that. Yeah, should be. Loki Dosi right now is terrifying. Every time you're ganking him, the question is, can you survive it? Valley now getting ganked, still has flash.
World Ender is popped. E comes down from Yama. Winds become lightning. Does not hit. And Valley, without having to expend the flash, using to Q3, is able to get out. But with all that investment into the bottom side, I feel like Lychee's actually falling behind, at least in the XP, at least in the momentum, right? Like, realistically, Loki Dosi's 3-1 on an on-hit Varus.
Yeah, and Lychee did manage to pick up 2 kills, so good for him. But yeah, as you mentioned, that's completely right. Lychee isn't quite able to snowball quite the same way as that Varus, and it's also freeing up Yama to get some ganks down. It hasn't paid off. Valley has done a great job surviving all the pressure, but at the same time, because Loki Dosi has done so much, that's why Yama isn't falling behind. That's why High Prince is still okay to receive all that pressure. And Loki Dosi, Hiccup, the two of them are still pushing in, still getting pressure, still saying, hey, come dive us.
And Saknam with an interesting support roam to the top side to help out Valley in this lane, because he knows if he stays, Yama and High Prince will just fancy themselves a dive. Like, they don't mind. They'll give 1 for 1 if they absolutely have to here. But with Golly Yusi on the bottom lane by himself, Lychee then has to provide that support to relieve some of that pressure. And it feels like Lychee is being, pulled from mid lane to bottom lane. I don't really think he's been allowed to kind of play his own game.
No, not at all. I mean, even you look at the top side, it's all coming up for Lychee right now. There's a lot of sort of camps for him that he's going to want to pick up, and that does mean that Lychee has to go top side. Galayushi and Saknam have to be careful now in this bot lane. They will not have coverage for the next little while. And my question now is where Yama wants to go. I think you spent a lot of time topside. It's kind of the reverse situation. I'd love to see Yama actually come to this bot lane a little bit because it's so easy to pick up kills down here. The dive with the Xin Zhao at level 6 is very, very strong.
Yeah, that Crescent Guard is going to do wonders in negating a lot of that damage. And typically you think of dives, you think of the Volley Bear, right? You think of the Stormbringer, you think of that big ultimate that can turn the turrets off and really allow you to kind of flex your muscles. But in reality, it feels like all of Purdue has just kind of been shoved in. They haven't really been able to find any opportunities. And with this, Loki Dosi have picked up their third turret plate on top of all the gold and the kills. Like, they are running this lane. This Varus Karma poke is absolutely relentless.
Yeah, and I'm not even looking at the turret right now. I'm looking at Galayushi and Saknam's health. That is going down so incredibly quickly. We saw this before. Even if you see Yama, what are you going to do about it?
Yama's going to come down here. He's going to use the wind becomes lightning. Zap comes out, but it doesn't matter. The hail of arrows plus the Q3 double kill for Yama, and there's not much you can do in that situation. Galayushi and Saknam were up a river with no paddle. As now the ultimate comes out from the Yone. They're going to get the gank onto High Prince, and they're trying to kill him down. The World Ender does come out, but they get the kill. They take down High Prince. A consolation prize at best, right, RMC?
Oh, 100%. I don't even know if that's necessarily a consolation prize, Chevy. It just feels like, okay, we're able to get this. Now, you are going to get plates as well, so it is good for Purdue that they've managed to find that, and shutting down an Aatrox is good. My concern is what's happening in the bot lane, right? Like, how much longer is that turn? Okay, I was going to ask how much longer it stands. Not at all. And then because it goes down, you're re-gankable.
Oh. Yeah, and Galayushi, Flash Wind becomes lightning onto the Q1. They're going to have to force the Flash away from the Summoner spells. The Unbreakable doing its job finally, blocking some of that poke, some of that damage, the Piercing Arrow and Mantra Q. But Galayushi does not come out unscathed. The moment his Summoners came back up, he's used them again. I don't think he's had Flash or Ghost at all this game.
No, and I'm going to be honest, Shibi, I didn't expect this to be the result when we saw the Varus and the Jinx being picked up. Jinx, with her range, often can farm quite safely. I don't know if Purdue want this.
Ari ultimate does come out here. Loki Dosi is trapped in the pit right now. Big ultimate, and now Lychee comes in with the Stormbringer. Is effective HP. The Event Horizon does come out. They're able to take him down with the Primordial Burst, and now Fox is going back in. Flash is out. Unbreakable's coming out. They're trying to get something here, but I think it's too little too late. Lethal Tempo Varus is going to fire away into the whole team, and Loki Dosi and Yama turn a 4v3 into a 4-for-nothing.
Shibi, they got something all right. They got the sharp, pointy end of a spear. And Yama, I love the fact that had no fear. He was low and just said, okay, it doesn't matter if I'm low. We clean you up anyways. A 3-for-1 on Dragon, or is that a 4-for-1? It's just not worth it for Purdue, unfortunately. That's only the second Drake of the game. And Indiana Hoosiers with a, what is that, a 3,500 goal lead? Shibi, it feels like they're starting to take over this game. And if that Dragon, you got lucky. You have to sacrifice your entire team for it. At third Drake, you don't get to even do that. I expect Hoosiers to just wipe you on your way in.
Yeah, look at the sole strongest member in the game right now, Loki Dosi, 6,000 gold. I mean, he is so far ahead of anybody on Purdue Gold side. Realistically, it's Valley, and that's it, right? Lychee has a small gold lead, but Yama can function off a little gold as the wind becomes lightning, does come in. Let's see if we can get the Q knock up here. They're going to not tempt the dive, as they do suspect a couple members of Purdue Gold are coming up to help him out here, but that pressure, that ability to not lane safely is now.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to come in, and I don't know if you go for this 3v3, you get the TP out for sure, so that's a much needed boost for Indiana right now, right? Who want to take over potentially this Herald that's coming up in about a minute. Having that TP down forces Valley to stay in the lane regardless of what happens, and Hiccup has opted in for a more supportive Karma build. Typically, you'll see the Malignance rush, but in this case, we see the Imperial Mandate. Are you a fan of the more support Karma build, or do you still like them to rush Malignance even in the support role?
I mean, considering Loki Dosi is on hit Varus, I actually like the support build a little bit more. And you're already dominating this without the Malignance. The Malignance would just be icing on the cake. We're seeing Lychee and Fox actually being pulled up to this top lane right now. The pressure Loki Dosi and Hiccup are putting down is absolutely insane. And here's the thing too, Chevy, even with all that, I still don't see the threat, the kill threat. Valley uses the ultimate, forces the flash, but that won't be up for a Herald fight.
Fate Seal does get used here, but that's a big ultimate cooldown. And with the way Loki Dosi has been playing, I don't even know if he really needs to flash, right? He's been opting into ghost forward and flash forward. Like, he doesn't care about his life. And I think that's the best way to play AD carry, as Yama is waiting in the bush right now. Lychee is here. This 3v3 isn't as one-sided as you think, as now Fox is going to come in. The ultimate coming out from Braum, not really doing too much. Another key ability used prior to this Herald. Indiana, just through sheer resources, should be able to pick this up easy peasy, right?
Yeah, and should be because of the way the compositions operate as well. Hoosiers didn't really draft a poke comp necessarily, but their bot lane has a lot of built-in poke, and that means all these attempts at committing from Purdue, every time you screw up, you're going to pay the price. Look at the damage they're answering back. And because they attempted this play so early as well, at around the 13-minute mark, Herald spawns, or has just spawned, but you already took all that poke without actually getting anything in return, and now you won't be available for that objective. And I fear that this will happen at all the objectives. Purdue needs to pick their timings better.
Yeah, it feels like they kind of have a pick comp, but they kind of want to team fight you at the same time. Like, they want to reset, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the really lockdown potential like you mentioned, right? Like, Volley Bear, Q flash, and that's it. Right, like maybe you can follow it up with a Fate Sealed, but realistically, Fox has to hit a Charm, Saknum has to hit a Winter's Bite, right? They have to get concussive onto somebody to really lock somebody down. And Loki on this on-hit Varus with lethal tempo is shooting at you from a mile away. Amended with the Event Horizon is running interference, and you're not going to try to fight into a World Ender Aatrox. Who do you pick off if you're Purdue Gold? Realistically, it's Hiccup or nothing, right?
Well, at this point, I'd say Purdue just picks whoever's kind of side laning on their own. You can still go for High Prince. With the Eclipse, he's not the tankiest of champions. I think Purdue, you can't afford to get picky. Loki, Dosi, and Hiccup, they're the most obvious like sort of targets to go for, but it's still a Karma at the end of the day. And my fear is usually you see Hiccup and Loki, Dosi together. So you're right. If you can get Hiccup, go for it. She's the easiest pick. But with Loki, Dosi in her back pocket, if you go for Hiccup, you're probably going to lose everybody who went for the Karma.
As we crest upon the 16-minute mark right now, Indiana University, a commanding 4,500 gold lead. As the Herald does get popped, who's going to ride it? I think junglers should be the only ones too, as nobody's actually going to get inside.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, come on, what are we doing?
The turret almost went down to the Herald, so I think they miscalculated ever so slightly on fractions of health, and I like it if Hoosiers just use that Herald pressure to try and get Dragon Prio instead, because this is third Drake. They are in position, and Purdue is the one starting it up.
A much bigger Drake for Purdue than Indiana. Realistically, it can kind of put them on some sort of win condition. As now the Winter's Bite and the ultimate does come out. Event Horizon does come in. Fate Sealed and the ultimate's coming out here. World Ender from the back. High Prince has a massive flank, and he's tearing on through the pincer maneuver from Indiana University. Loki Dosi from the front, and High Prince just slamming them from the flank. And unfortunately, Purdue Gold are going to go down. They don't even get the dragon. They're not allowed anything.
You know, Shibi, I feel like a prophet sometimes when I say these things, but let's be honest, we knew this was coming. Fox has to be careful as well. Hiccup could try and snap you over the wall.
Hiccup has potential another Q. Wind becomes lightning, like you said, just missed here. Sackdown, buddy, I don't know if you can actually do anything here. I respect the attempt, maybe the bravado from him right now, as Volley is back here. It's a 3v3. TP's coming in. The Hextech portal does get used. They want to fancy themselves a fight, but Loki Dosi's here. Sackdom, you're by yourself, buddy. That's a Varus that's on hit. Fate Seal does come out here, but the whole bunch of damage is coming in. High Prince is still living. The Eclipse doesn't allow him to live for too long, as Fox is just dead here. The Stormcaller's Rage does come out, and Amended is TPing in. Event Horizon should go down, and that means Sacknom's life is not long for this world. Purdue Gold try to make a play. They try to flank Indiana, but in reality, they walked into their own deaths. And the Hoosiers, 18 minutes in, have an 8,000 near or 7,000 gold lead here. It's looking rougher and rougher.
I think it might just be a GG Gonix angle at this point, Shibby. On the bright side, though, Sagnum didn't go out alone. Sagnum had Fox in the gray screen with him, so supporting even in death. But yeah, this is what we kind of expected. I do appreciate Purdue went for that, though. This was probably the best angle they could find. The fact that they had that flank angle for Fox, that Sacknam could run somebody down. It just speaks to the advantages that Hoosier has built up to this point, that Purdue wasn't actually able to find any kills on that pick. And with that said and done, at this point, you're hoping that Hoosiers makes a mistake. Maybe they overextend on the dive. But given how they've played so far, I don't think we've seen Hoosiers overextend a single time. It's been all about Lokidosi, all about Hiccup, just getting the poke down, and then amended, kind of finding that critical stun, and or you're so low that Yama just gets the free dive.
Ooh, Hiccup is probably going to try to force out minimum the Spirit Rush here. Fox is in a bit of trouble. Wind Becomes Lightning does hit. The ultimate does get forced out. A lot of damage traded back. The tower helping just a little bit, but realistically, that's a win if you're Indiana. You only had to expend a couple basic abilities for the ultimate that is so crucial for this Ahri in this composition. And you mentioned Indiana not really overstepping their boundaries, not really getting too excited here and playing it very slow. I feel like Lokidosi is the epitome of that right now. He's been executing perfectly as Lychee. Brother, that is not your red buff. That is not your jungle.
Oh my
Gonna have to Stormbringer out, but he's gonna get knocked up by the Q3. Wind Becomes Lightning does land. Galliusi is free firing away, but the damage is not there. Fox and Galliusi could not put enough damage down onto Yama to get anything done, and that is a sore sight. A singular Kraken Slayer on the side of Galliusi, and you've got Malignance for Fox. You are not killing anyone anytime soon. As Fox, with no ultimate available, they're going to try to go here. Charm does land. Actually, I lied. The ultimate's back up. Malignance broken, actually.
Yeah, it's a really, really short cooldown. And it gets even shorter because I think it's 80 seconds or 90 seconds at max rank plus Malignance. It gets ridiculously short, basically up almost every other wave at that point. Now, it's worth noting that it feels like Indiana's been playing slow because they've been playing safe. They haven't given up any free kills. But we just hit 20 minutes. Baron is now just on the board, so the Hoosiers have been pressuring very heavily. And because of that, Galliusi, who has done a pretty good job picking up farm where they can after the really, really rough early game, that Kraken Slayer one item is not a terrible power spike to be at this point. The problem is just that you're comparing to Lokidosi, who has 9 kills, 7 assists, and is on 3 items. That's why it feels so bad to be Jinx right now.
The Bork, the Terminus, and the Ginsu's all completed up. This Baron should go down fairly quickly. I feel like Indiana should just be able to rip it whenever they want, right? Granted, we do see a lot of teams at this level, at the collegiate level, when they have such a big lead, they kind of get a little, I would say, scared to do anything as the face seal does come out from Valley here. The 1v1 World Ender has yet to be popped right now. High Prince is just going to take a beating right now. He's getting sliced and diced, slashed and slap chopped. Valley is just going to cut him to pieces. High Prince. That is still a Yone. That is still a 2-item top laner. You can't just 1v1 him as the Wind Becomes Lightning does come out. Event Horizon does come in. Ultimate from the back. Fox is looking to land the charm. Is going to ult out here. Galliusi uses the ultimate right now, and this is maybe a team fight. The resets start coming in as now we see Vale TP'd in. Event Horizon once again stuns him. Primordial Burst kicks him out of his boots, and Hiccup Lokidosi amended gets the snipe onto Fox.
So I'm going to need to see a license for that gun you got, Lokidosi, because I'm sure it ain't fox hunting season just yet, or maybe it is, because that's the second time I think we've seen Lokidosi actually snipe from a mile away onto Fox. They can't do Baron after that because the jungler's dead. They can go for the dragon. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think the dragon matters. I don't think we're going to see a soul at the rate Hoosiers are playing. I think after this, they just reset, go to Baron, and force Purdue to go to them. Don't try and split push. High Prince can't beat Valley anymore. That Yone is online. We are past that 2-item sort of power spike for that Yone.
Yeah, and he's got a BF sword in hand. High Prince, not the best of items right now. Eclipse and a Dream really is what he has. The best thing you can do is look to split and maybe force Fox to match right now because the TP did come out from Valley here, so he's got to end up grouping. But it doesn't seem like Indiana's in too much of a rush right now. They are finally working towards that Baron, and the vision line is going to have to be cleared. Purdue doing a decent job just maintaining vision across the map, trying to make sure that this Baron doesn't get snuck under their noses. But realistically, like you mentioned, Indiana can just use the Baron as a team fight tool, force Purdue in, and then just turn it around. No flash, no ghost available for Lokidosi, so that might be an opportunity, potentially, for Purdue Gold to get a team fight win. But they lost a 4v5, and that looked kind of bleak.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 4v5 should be. So forget sneaking it. If anything, Hoosiers, send Purdue an invite. Tell them to RSVP, get over here. Because you could probably do Baron and still win the team fight simultaneously. If you could do that without one of your tanks, imagine what Loki Dosi, imagine what Amended can do with actual tanks in front of them to buy space. That's it. Maybe Hoosiers are finally going to show up. High Prince is actually not having a good time, even against Fox, who is a level down right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to go against these mages, especially when you don't have any MR here. And the apprehensiveness from Indiana to start this Baron is really going to get on my nerves, Arms. You know how you know how I am with teams with leads when they don't start the Baron. I've seen throws happen time and time again. You've got to rip it. You've got to do something here to force them in. And Saknam does get the ward down. He has to know this is being taken, but because Leechy got bursted out, because he's not available, the Baron is going to go down. Leechy's trying his best. The TP's come in.
Oh, the turn
Saknam does hit the ultimate here. Galliushi does go in, and we see the Crescent Guard being locked in, and now with all this damage being pumped in, unfortunately, Leechy and Saknam, the front line that Purdue Gold had, is just not available, and Fox is going to have to Spirit Rush out, and perfectly, like you mentioned, RMC, the Baron is a team fight tool. It is not real. It's fake right now.
Yama did take a lot of damage, though, and that's the jungler taking a whole bunch of honey fruit is back up, and we go for round 2. This time, no Leechy, no smite for Purdue. Valley still has that fate sealed, but I don't think you're going to call for it. Are they? Fox is TPing in.
They want to try to do something. Desperation in their eyes. A 4v5, but that Baron's going to go down super quick, like you mentioned. Fate Unsealed does come in, and potentially Valley might look to get something done here. They're trying to remove as many Barons as possible. Why not? You're down 10,000 gold, but the event Horizon comes in and Primordial Burst will clean it up, and now the ghost gets popped. Loki Dosi says, charge ahead! I want to go home! I want to end the game! Event Horizon comes in. Loki Dosi's firing away. They are going forward. They are charging into the base of Purdue right now. Galliushi and Saknam are turning tail. This tower is going to go down. Mid-tier 2 is theirs. Are they going to reset? Are they going to push for more?
For the side of Hoosiers, I think you just keep pushing right now. Death timers 10 seconds before Fox back up. No TP as well. Oh! Okay. Hiccup might have overextended ever so slightly. Galliushi excited, but can't find anything else. Now, Chippy, now you have to recall because Fox is actually back up. So good defense coming through from the side of Purdue, but I feel like they've lost track of Amended. They forgot how fed he is.
Oh, yeah. Amended with another Primordial Burst. Saknam, buddy, you don't really have a lot of armor. You can't just kind of walk up onto him. Amended's been having a really quiet, good game, right? Like, we talk about Loki Dosi, we talk about Yama and how effective they were, but Amended with these Event Horizons has netted his team 2 guaranteed kills consistently, right? Like, that is all you need. Once you get that numbers advantage, it's so easy to start pushing in. The resets come in, like you mentioned. Loki Dosi's on 4 items. Yama and the rest of the crew are just pillaging this jungle. They are absolutely not leaving any scraps. Like the Vikings of yesteryear, Indiana University are pillaging and taking everything.
I don't know if our producer's trying to say something, our observer, Bridie, when she's zooming in on Gromp dying more than she's zooming on the corpses of Purdue dropping. To be fair, Purdue has dropped 25 times. I don't think I've seen Gromp drop 25 times yet this game. And that number's about to increase. At least the body count, unfortunately, for Purdue. As with the Baron buff, pushing strong right now. We do see the side of Hoosiers pushing in on 2 lanes, and they know they have the numbers advantage because Valley is trying to answer bot side. Or top side, I guess.
He's got a TP available. No wards, really, except that one in the bottom corner. Keep your eyes on us now. The guy's going to come in. Huge Crescent Guard, and Loki Dosi's once again allowed to free fire in the back. He's going to get a kill on top of Yama, and the TP does come in. Fox is so low. It's a 3v5, and the members you need to clear this wave are not with you. Event Horizon comes in. Saknam gets hit. The Primordial Burst doesn't come out just yet. Vale with the Fate Unsealed is trying to stop everybody. He slices and dices. Primordial Burst follows him to the Nether Realm, and he gets sent right down to hell. And right now, Indiana University, 28 minutes in, fountain diving, turret killing, Nexus blitzing. They will take game 1 in a commanding fashion.
Commanding? That was outright tyrannical coming through from Hoosiers. And again, let's not forget who's the first seed coming into this one. Purdue Gold, 6 wins, 1 loss in the regular season. but there's a reason why the only loss was against Hoosiers, and we saw it right here. This bot lane from Hoosiers should be... That is a problem. And I love the fact that Hoosiers ganked first. They were the ones who said, okay, we already have the stronger bot lane. Let's get them snowballing. I think going into game 2, Purdue, they have to be thinking that in the back of their mind. Maybe that Jinx might be strong, but if you can't survive the laning phase, maybe that's not the pick for you.
And a fantastic performance coming out from the expected individuals, right? Loki Doki
Sure.
showing why that Varus is such a B1able pick. Telling you, like, hey, if you don't stop me, if you don't have a plan, I am just going to run through your team. I think he ended up at the end of the game like 15, 16 kills. He only had 1 death throughout it all. I mean, just a really, really well-played team composition coming out from Indiana. Purdue's going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what's working, because the Jinx isn't, and I'm kind of worried, RMC. But before all that, we are going to take a very short break. Go get food, go get some soda, come right back here. Don't click out of that browser, as we're going to be back between Game 2 of the Indiana University Hoosiers and Purdue Gold.
And welcome here, everyone. We are excited. Huge shout out to Shibby for stepping in. We will see him a little bit later as well. Unfortunately, that game did not go the way I think Purdue was hoping it would go. RMC, that was in the semifinals of all days. The Hoosiers are very happy about what just went down.
Yeah, and overall, I believe you spoke to the Hoosiers mid laner, Amended, and you were telling me something about the record between Hoosiers and Purdue Gold this year. Do you want to bring that up on stream here?
Oh yeah. Listen, there was a thing that went down. Hoosiers have had a time and a half during the regular season, and reschedules do happen, things happen. But there was a match that they did get to play, and it was a 2-0. Who did that go up against? That was Purdue Gold. Also, another match that they played against Purdue's other squad. That was also a victory for the Hoosiers. So Hoosiers seem to have the number of Purdue Gold right now, and that is quite surprising, considering that was Purdue Gold's only loss of the season, I believe, on their record as well in the regular season. So here in the semifinals, to see that kind of one-sided matchup, something was going on back in that regular season match there.
Yeah, and you mentioned overall as well that they faced 4 times this year. So they played twice outside of this as well. And so far, Hoosiers hasn't lost a single series against Purdue. So this in-state rivalry, at least this year right now, is favoring the Hoosiers. And after watching that game 1, I fear for Purdue that might yet continue. But overall, it is a new game, right? Yes, they lost game 1, but Purdue, they've been prepping for this. They mentioned as well that they do have some game plans prepared, especially to try and shut down Lokadosi, whether it be jungle, mid. I'm not quite sure the details of the plan, but overall, now is the time to execute it, because this is single elimination. Even though it is in the playoffs, semifinals, if you lose here, you're out. And it's a best of 3. So Purdue Gold don't have that much safety. Their backs are already up against that wall.
And it feels bad, but that's how it breaks. And honestly, this might be the chance. Going on to the Blues side, it's a real threat. And one of the things that they can take away, Purdue Gold, if they so wish, was that bot lane Varus. Listen, that bot lane took off at, I want to say 60 out of the gate. That was a little bit ridiculous. And I don't know if it was the Varus specifically or not, or maybe they're just the team comp, but I've never seen a Varus be that free throughout the entire game, it feels like.
Yeah, and usually we see lethality Varus. If you're going to play for that early game, I'm going to be honest, the way Lokidosi played it felt like a lethality Varus. It was a lot about the poke, the long-range snipes. It felt less about the auto attacks, and he did build for that on-hit. So that makes the Varus even scarier to me, Orbital. It's blinded as well, B1, when Jinx is meta, and I personally don't think of Varus as the counter to Jinx, unless maybe you're running lethality, you can outpoke the Jinx, you can land everything. But it does throw a wrench into the plan. And for Purdue, they have opted for blue side on game 2. I just don't know what you want to B1. Because normally I'd say, okay, Jinx B1, that's fine, that's good. But we already saw the counter. And if I don't think of Varus as a counter, imagine what you can do with an actual real counter against that Jinx. Imagine picking something early game, just smashing that Jinx to pieces. Yeah, I don't really know what Purdue's game plan is going to be.
I like the fact that you bring it up. It's like, imagine if I had a real weapon kind of situation right there. That was, it was a moment, and I think something else that did help out for that Varus to really come online was Amended in the mid lane. It was touched on, I think, very briefly, but we really have to highlight a huge step in. We talked with Amended a little bit earlier, and we had, touched on it. Hey, who's going to play here today? It was actually learned that Amended had to step in because their original mid laner was feeling a little bit under the weather, and I think that is a huge respectful piece. Even if you're feeling a little bit under the weather, take care of your health and take care of your players. And Amended, yeah, you're playing the Vigar, but I mean, I got Vigar in the background myself. I have respect for the champion. Being able to play it and have a consistent, I don't want to say all-star, but very consistent performance in that mid lane, kind of covering and bridging that early to mid, I think it was very, very commendable.
Yeah, one thing we should note as well, Amended might be a high elo player, I believe he's Masters right now, but he's not actually a mid lane player. He's a bot lane player. I saw in chat somebody said Misfortune. I'm seeing things like Jhin, Varus, even supports coming through. So having to actually swap into that role did very, very well. The Vigar pick as well was insurance. As much as that game was about Lokidosi, we saw a couple of times towards the end of that game where Lokidosi got forced out of the fights. Amended was able to do a lot of damage with that Vigar. It's a very straightforward champion, but one that you can't ignore because Amended did a great job farming up. And on a Vigar, that's really all you need to do, right? You can farm up your Baleful Strikes that way, and suddenly you've got a crap ton of AP, press R, and somebody's going to die.
Somebody decides, hey, well, maybe not decides, but forcibly decides that, you can't really play the game anymore. And it's very, very good. Not only that, it's one of the longest ranging, I want to say CC abilities in the game still. It's a very it's not so point and click or anything like that, but it's still very fun to play with. The Ahri on the back end, though, I have not seen an Ahri have that difficult of a time breaking out of that early game and breaking out and having that influence. Normally when you pick the Ahri, you're saying, hey, I want to roam, and you look at that lane matchup to dominate, and Purdue just were not able to get that pick off the ground. So I know you were talking about draft, and I know you were saying, hey, maybe nothing to really shift up. If you know Amended is going to go for a couple more of those safe picks, do you try and punch a little bit harder, or do you still go with that lax ceiling of the Ahri of, here and there? Or do you go for a little bit of craziness? Do you try and mix it up a bit?
Oh, I didn't say they didn't need to switch things up, or I just said I don't know what they switch up.
Oh, okay.
I do think you go for the crazy, as you're kind of alluding to right there. Go for something a little bit out the box, maybe something that the Hoosiers aren't prepared to deal with. Because while I do think Ahri is a perfectly fine pick into the Vigar, you can play around the cage, I do think Fox had impact. But unfortunately, to me, Ahri is not one of those champions who can take over a game by herself. She's more sort of an early game pressure threat. She starts roaming, gets you those early leads to snowball. And with the composition they had, the bot side just got stamped too quickly. Galayushi and Saknam were just being dove on repeat. There's not really much you can do for that bot lane once the first two dives have come through. And I do think Fox did a good job roaming up, covering for Valley a little bit. We saw Valley towards the end of the game, for Purdue Go to actually become a threat, was winning out the 1v1s against pretty much anybody you care to send up against that Yone. It was just kind of the rest of the team had fallen apart. So if Fox still wants to run back the Ahri, I don't hate it. You can still get the pressure. My big concern for Purdue is still that bot side. Or if you're not going to play for the bot side, then I need to see Fox on something that can do a little bit more in the late game. Maybe something like a Victor or a Hui, something that can carry those team fights on your own.
I mean, you're even looking at, I think Azir is still having some impact in that global meta. It's just like, hey, you could still go Azir. Azir has great output and can shuffle around that cage as well, but it really does feel like it feeds all into that bot lane. So let's hone in a little bit more on that. I know you talked about, hey, maybe you could go the Jinx again if Purdue Gold are saying, maybe that's a one-time thing. Maybe the Varus, we can deal with it this game too. If you are going to change anything, would you hammer that ADC role, or would you even look towards that Karma, find a way around that one? Because the Karma was seeing some heavy impact. I mean, just recently got a buff as well, or an adjustment, I think is the best way to take it. Recent patch came out, adjustments on the Q damage, but a nice little buff on that RE. I mean, do you focus on the support then as well, or is it still that Varus that's in your eyes?
Ooh, that's a good question, because I think Hiccup actually played the Karma incredibly well. She was sniping people almost as well as Lokidosi was. And in fact, because of the AoE of the empowered or the mantra'd up Q, I think she actually might arguably have done more work in the sort of pre-fights to soften up Purdue. So the Karma might necessitate a ban or a pick away. And Fox does play the Karma as well. I'm just more thinking about, for Galayushi's side of things, what you want to do. Because he did play Draven the last time they met, and that's sort of his big pocket pick, that and Samira. And it did not go well for him. So I don't even know if you can pick those sort of super early game champions. Maybe you deny away the Varus for yourself on the blue side. As we mentioned, it's a very versatile AD carry. You can build into multiple build paths, and it can be quite safe. And then maybe for your support, pick an Enchanter or pick something like a Tahm Kench. The Braum was great, don't get me wrong. I think Saknam did a lot on that. But things like Tahm Kench or Enchanters have a more direct saving effect on your AD carry than the Unbreakable.
I think that's what they're going to have to think about, but right now, there it is. So just, hey, no, we can't deal with it. There was one point where I watched Hiccup, I believe, almost 1v1 Fox in the mid lane. I was like, that's not a support. They literally tried to target that recently. No, it's going to be banned away. Double support bans come out here. Indiana, on the flip side, are saying, yo, mid and jungle, we want to take away two major power picks, and I can agree with this. We mentioned, hey, if you're going to run the Ahri, or are you going to switch to something like the Hui? No, ban it away. Double ban into that bot side. Indiana are not going to play the same bot lane again.
No, because Purdue just banned out the bot lane, all three bans, which is kind of surprising. Well, I guess it shouldn't be, because it was the issue, and maybe that's part of the game plan that they're using to kind of punish that bot lane for now. Whereas on the side of Hoosiers, we're not seeing any changes to their bans so far.
Yeah, listen, the thing is I enjoy the fact that you do give respect twice in a game to the Blitzcrank, and it's very, very nice. Okay. And now taking away another pick. So this is now a shadow ban against Yama, who I believe played the Xin Zhao in game number 1, had a stellar time reaching that back line. And Purdue are going to try and take it on their own. Ooh, okay. Okay, Lokidosi, I see you.
Yeah, and I really like the Zeri pickup. I think with how mechanical Loki Dosi was in game one, if you can dodge everything on a Varus, you can dodge it even better on the Zeri, and you can play aggressively. We saw that. He was ghosting forward on that Varus, and now with the Zeri, there's so many more tools. Poppy being picked up as well for the side of Hoosiers. I actually really like that pick. Not just something that can defend these sort of hyper carries, because the Zeri doesn't need that, but it's something to disengage the likes of that Xin Zhao running in.
Wow. Okay. So not only did Karma get some adjustments, but I believe Camille did as well. There was a note stating, hey, Camille's not having that great of a time. However, it still stands to reason that this is going to be a Poppy denying you twice over, and then you follow up with the Draven. Outright aggression from Purdue, whether it's a gamble or not. I mean, this is a gamble.
It is, and I'm a little bit concerned overall because I do love my Draven, and I do like the fact that we're going to see here Galayushi is a great Draven player, but as we mentioned before, they've tried it, and it didn't work the last time. They tried to run it into the likes of Loki Doshi. Now, last time Loki Doshi went with the Kalista, so they went blow for blow in the early game. This time, the Zeri will not be something that can try and match that Draven in the early 2v2. They pick up the Nautilus, something we see very, very frequently as well. Just on-demand CC trying to lock down Draven. If he drops those spinning axes, his damage drops with those spinning axes. So I like the idea. They've now got engaged. They've got disengaged. Very balanced composition so far from Hoosier, and they're still looking to potentially pick up their solo lanes. That Poppy could flex top. It's good into McNeil. So mid and either jungle or top.
Oh, and with that flex, you can see where Purdue's ideas are currently going. It's, hey, let's focus on that top lane. Let's make sure that we get a favorable matchup with the Camille. Of course, Camille could go support. I think it still technically should be flex on it if you want to run it in that direction. Yeah. But with the bans, it feels way more in the pocket of Vale right now. That is now 3 bans sent to the top side. 1 just as insurance. The Fiora, by the way, if you didn't know, Fiora also got I don't know. Listen, all the buffs came through. Everything else got nerfed. I don't know. But it is going to be that Aatrox to be locked in here. High Prince riding on a high horse and hoping that Aatrox will carry to victory.
Yeah, last game, High Prince also played this Aatrox. I think this time will be much better matchup if it is the Camille top. And even if it isn't, the fact that Xin Zhao, Camille, Draven are all fairly short range is going to be good. But the deny away from Amended with the Vigar, I think that speaks a lot to how well Amended played it. But I also do think it's a great pickup in this situation to kind of try and punish that Poppy, punish the Aatrox. Zeri as well is actually fairly short range. So yes, she can kite around the baby cage, but just the amount of space the baby cage gives you there can force Zeri into unfavorable positions, and she might not be able to auto attack as freely as she'd otherwise like.
Ooh, the Alistar to follow up and be that final piece. I actually really like this for a little bit roundabout reason, and then we get the Orianna on the back end. Purdue still locking in that go button, and I actually really appreciate this. Number one is you see the Xin Zhao come in here, and it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to have engage. We have that die potential. And then you see the Poppy come out. Most people would try and alleviate, try and go a different direction. Maybe not go die, maybe not do anything. The other side is just overload. You pray to God that you can overload that steadfast presence, and then you still get the knock-up or, anything like that. It is a heavy gamble risk. It is heavy gamble, but I respect saying, hey, listen, that Xin Zhao is not going to go alone, though. Right now, it is going to be Indiana Esports saying, yo, though, you're still running it into us, of all people.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sold on that, Alistar.
Listen, I believe in Purdue Gold for sticking with their guns there, okay? I still stick with them on that.
I feel like you're raising the stakes and not the right type, because I think it's just going to get cooked. Hoosiers, on the other hand, the Orianna pick is an interesting one. I think it's really good for the potential team fight later. You got really good ball delivery systems, and more than likely we're going to see Purdue kind of clumped up with the melees that they have. The zone control against the Draven is going to be good, but the laning orbital is where I am a little bit concerned about Orianna. She'll win out early because Vigar is slow and has to walk up to things, but the skill in the mid lane, the kill threat the Vigar has with the Xin Zhao just feels so much stronger to me than what Orianna is going to get with Poppy, just in terms of burst damage. Now, if it is a 2v2, Poppy can stop a lot of the engage from coming through, but yeah, I think it's going to be an Amended. Actually, wait, hold up a second. Amended's in the jungle?
Yeah. So I was looking at this, and we were wondering why this happened. It's because they had a 3-way trade. Amended went to jungle, Hiccup went to mid, and Yama's in support. Bruh, Indiana sent us for a loop right there. Oh my god, I love this.
Okay, you know what? Given what Hiccup did last game with her Karma, I am perfectly okay with her taking the Orianna mid. To me, the big question becomes, Yama go in support. I guess we should have known this because it wasn't an Enchanter support. And Hiccup pretty much exclusively plays Enchanters if she can. So I'm now very curious to see if Yama can do what he needs to on this Nautilus. Because, hey, yeah, like we're already getting a chunk. That's not ideal to start. Alistair's not the tankiest support, and he's winning out those early trades. As Nautilus, you can't actually get in there and be the engage you need to be.
It's rough to think about, and in a situation where, for the side of Purdue, I think they were hoping for a little bit of stability. That's why they kind of picked this composition. It'll be a challenge. It'll be very interesting to watch for. Not only that, on the top side, Valley just, hey, I'm still going to be a little bit of a threat. I'm still going to have that power trying to win out that lane early. Everything's kind of shaken up from game number 1, and Purdue Gold, I want to see them be able to adjust properly. I want to see them be able to have a solid early game phase here and get their leads as they so wish, as the junglers going for the full clear.
Okay, a bit of trading back and forth. Fox doesn't have to win this lane, he just has to stack this lane right now. And bot side, Lychee trying to reciprocate. Last game, we saw Yama actually getting the early ganks off. This time, Lychee wants to be the first one here. Maybe trying to take advantage of the fact that, again, Amended is role swapped not once now, but twice in this series. And maybe Amended might not be the most optimal jungler. Maybe you can try and outpace.
So right now, you're a beat behind, but you're not even focused on some of those other areas. This is going to be a straight gank towards that bot side. Mid lane, we're seeing one as well, but that's going to be the draw-in of the Alistar. Alistar not getting that knock-up, so Saknom not going to enjoy that, but knocks back a little bit of stun as Gala Yushi says, yo, forgot about me. Axes all day, not being dropped. And it's Indiana who say, oh crap, this isn't going to work. And they try and turn, but Lychee's here. Gonna try and leech off a little bit of this XP as its first spread to Galayushi. Revenge complete as Purdue Gold pick up 2.
Purdue learning their lesson from game 1 and applying it immediately. That's what they'd love to see from some star students. But also for Hoosiers, this role swap really kind of isn't working out. I understand that as Nautilus, you want to play aggressively, but because Yama took so much damage early on, you saw that even with the exhaust, they weren't able to deal with Gala Yushi. And the moment the junglers showed up, the moment Lychee got down there, it was losing for the side of Hoosiers. And now Purdue, their bot lane's in a comfortable position. This is exactly where you need to be with an early game Draven.
Listen, RMC, you didn't believe in your own pick. Come on, I put a lot down on Purdue Gold. They got off to a great start. I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I do agree, though. There still needs to be a little bit of measurement. They gotten over the first hurdle. That first hurdle of, hey, we need to have a strong level 1 or level 2, level 3. We need to get those early kills. Now we need to see that continued throughout. Indiana, though, still feels a little bit bad. And we're watching this mid lane still being traded out. No real differences there. Hiccup, she's trying to enjoy this mid lane, farm it up as much as possible. You can see going into, by the way, that inspiration tree is always interesting as Valley. Okay, extra shielding, you're fine. I saw, man, that tether from High Prince, if that drawn in, that would have been a lot of damage down.
Actually, let's talk about this top lane for a little bit, Orban.
Yeah.
Because even when Purdue lost in game 1, Valley was the brightest point for this team in a counter matchup. Now, technically, the Aatrox does counter Camille, and I say that technically because I'm looking at the CS numbers. Valley is almost double High Prince right now in terms of CS, is denying away a lot of that gold. And this Camille pick is also kind of a hard counter to this area, which means then the pressure is now on Amended to disengage later on to get the Keeper's Verdict onto the Camille. And for Valley, if you're winning side lane, if you're able to be a big split push threat as well as a team fight threat, to me, that's almost what I'm looking at for the win con for Purdue later on, even more than Gala Yushi getting fed early.
Uh-oh, Hiccup, you went the wrong way. Good ult to get out of town, but Hiccup did not enjoy that trade at all. And Fox, I mean, you did burn the flash. Hiccup still has theirs. Yeah. A good point. Amended on the top side. You did see grabbing those grubbies there.
Yeah, and we did see, of course, Lychee starting up the dragon, able to pick that one up. So it's kind of the expected trades. Bot side, we're seeing action, but I suspect mid is going to be the spicier one as both junglers are here.
Oh, and it's still Lychee to have that impact. First it was bot, now it's mid. Do we call that 2 counter ganks? Because Lychee was there second again.
Yeah, I guess so. Both junglers independently arrived at the same conclusion, which is mid is vulnerable.
Oh my god.
Everybody's in the bushes right now.
Oh, and you're not going to enjoy that one for the side of Indiana. Yama Dama do. This is not where you want to be. That's dead. Galayushi 2-0-1. Oh, this early game bot lane has officially swung into Purdue Gold's perfect way.
Can you just highlight too? Yama had flash. Like the CC chain was there, but it wasn't that long. Yama
Oh my
flash
god!
if they wanted. Oh, that gold. Okay, you know what? This turnabout's fair play. Last game we saw Loki Joshi at a roughly around the 7-8 minute mark had double Galayushi's gold. Now this time Galayushi's the one who's almost double Loki Joshi's gold. And the nice thing with a Draven when you've got that lead is you can continue to snowball very, very quickly. Amended. Now on the bot side they're looking for a gank.
And I think that is going to be a sacrifice. Saknam is dropped into the ground, which is an appropriate response. It's also gifted to Loki Dosi. So for the Hoosiers, they will continue to try and find those little pieces. But remember, that is the first kill that you have gotten for your team in 7.5 minutes for this game 2. It's a very small consolation prize.
Yeah, and the one you got it on was the support. So Galayushi just, able to just safely base back buy those items for more pressure. And it's just going to miss one way for it. It's really not that big a deal. I think Purdue are okay with that trade. The bigger question to me is what Lychee is going to do while this is happening. Because a lot of times when junglers gank, either they meet up or you're kind of trading objectives and pressure elsewhere. Lychee was on the top side, but there's nothing to get up here.
There's nothing really to get right away, but with that brush tactic, you're hoping for a little something, forcing your get, if that will. But Hiccup playing very far back, even had Yama in the back pocket. I think you understand at this point, top side leaning into Valley's favor, same with bot side leaning into Purdue Gold's favor. The only other area it felt like was going to be that mid lane, so appropriately staying in the back foot. For how much longer, though, is going to be that question. That gold lead of 2.5 is starting to be spent a little bit. Galayushi has it. Fox stacking up very nicely as well. Indiana gonna be feeling the heat a little bit.
Yeah, and it's even worse because the gold spread coming through from the side of Purdue is almost perfect, right? You've got the Draven hit, that's the one you wanted to. Have they found Loki Dosi? Quick flash.
Good flash out, and Saknam now realizing this could be a problem. Galayushi having to burn that exhaust and keep themselves safe, but I mean, now you walk forward. I'm not sure you actually want to be here, but that's a huge whirling death. You get one. Do you survive? Yes, you do. Galayushi almost turns it around. Saknam, these two throw down with the best of them. At that point, it's just over. Hiccup gets caught in the rebuttal, and oh my lord, disaster strikes for Indiana. That is now 3 times that this bot lane has been against Indiana, and Purdue Gold are playing it to perfection. Yama and Amanda can do nothing as Purdue Gold take over the entire game.
And that's literally just the gold lead from earlier overall. If not for the fact that Galayushi had those extra items, Galayushi would have gone down to the CC chain. It was perfect from Amended and Yama. It just wasn't enough. And Loki Dosi, this early on as the Zeri, doesn't have the damage you need. And now for Hoosiers, I respect that you went down there to try and salvage that big carry, Loki Dosi. But I think from here on out, you just don't go back down there. Any play you make in equal numbers is bound to backfire. And right there, losing that much gold and that much pressure, Purdue are now firmly in the driver's seat. They control the map. They control the objectives. Anywhere Galayushi and Saknam show up, that's going to be a winning side for Purdue.
I just want to point out, if they weren't respecting that kill difference, respect the item difference. Essence Reaver and Serrated Dirk, Galayushi is literally like, yo, you can't touch me. And if you do, at least 2 of you are going to die. I think that's what's being said here. In Indiana, they've been trying, and I do agree, Amanda needs to find other avenues, but where do you want to go? High Prince on the top side, down 30 CS, and you mentioned it, Valley continuing to have that value since game number 1, now being able to flex that a little bit more without the threat of the early game kind of going awry. This is huge. And I think Valley is going to enjoy this very, very much. Of course, at the current moment, hasn't really gotten the plates, but we'll start chunking it out. Amended, going directly against what we asked about.
Yeah, I am. And you can see Lychee's right there as well. They know where they need to play for.
And it's going to happen again. I talk too much because Amended and Lychee want to play the game. Another whirl comes out. Mid lane Hiccup is going to fall. It's 2-1 so far. Loki Dosi, though, might be able to turn around. Gets 2, but Yama cannot keep Lychee off. Lychee sticking like a leech. Double kill for the Zinzal. It's an overall 3 for 2, but you know, Indiana, they're going to say, hey, main job down. We got Galayushi shut down. I'm just not sure it's worth it.
Yeah, I think for Hoosiers, that's actually one of the rare situations where even though they didn't win the fight, that was a worthwhile fight for them. You kind of took off, well, I think Galileushi actually cashed out before he died, so that's not the best thing, but you got his bounty, as you pointed out. You got it on Loki Dosi, which is the bigger thing. You are still banking on this Zeri to try and carry you through in the late game. Dragon, just picked up by Purdue. Amended, not going to be able to answer on the other side quite safely enough. You can see Lychee already making a beeline straight up to get both sides with the objectives.
I mean, you did the job, though. I think that was a grab. You can see the 2-2 current stack situation on the grub, so you're pretty happy. Yama, though, this is going to be a rebuttal on the bot side. Loki Dosi, knowing that the cage is already drawn down, and Fox, haven't seen that one. You don't have flash. You don't really have anything, so you're just praying that Yama doesn't do too much. It's a good curve. The damage is actually going down, and Loki Dosi has to wait. The fact that Fox is still alive, by the way, is crazy.
Oh.
This is so wrong. No, you don't get to walk away here. Hiccup is now going to collapse in, but that will be a chance. Do you get away? Yes, you do! Fox is a cutting Fox. Still has the Ari skills in there. Get away thanks to the Hextech gates. This
How
is
is that
Hiccup. Wrong
even
spot.
possible?
Wrong spot. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hiccup flashing for the light, but the whirling death. Executions galore. Purdue North are getting literally everything, whether it be kills or escapes.
I just can't believe it. And Fox did that blind, by the way. He didn't have vision on Yama on the other side of the wall, but somehow constantly positioned perfectly so that Yama could never quite find the engage over the wall. That is absolutely utterly criminal. Now, Loki Dosi did still farm up, so bot side was not a net negative for Hoosiers, but mid lane was. And unfortunately for Hiccup, this role swap has not favored her whatsoever. Now, 0-4 is starting to fall behind in CS. Yes, Orianna's got a good mid-game power spike, but you're never going to match the skilling off that Vigar.
Oof. And with the Vigar being happy about that, the double up of the Hextech Ultimatum will be a threat as well. Valley, you can see storming that top side in the 1v1 situation. Now 1v2 as Saknon wants to get in on it. It's a problem. No, Prince. Oh, Prince, you should have completed the recall. I think they're going to try and force it. I mean, the wave is crashing. Okay, they don't actually want to fight it because you can see Yama and Loki Dosi coming up. Man, though, Purdue happy about these days, and I do agree, Hiccup having a little bit of a struggle, needs to find some value with this Orianna.
Yeah, and with the skill on Purdue's side as well, this is feeling really, really strongly in their favor. The only thing lacking so far, or that I want to see more of, because I can't even say it's lacking. We're only 14 minutes in Orbital, and they've got 11 kills. I want to see them, get all these objectives and start pushing the map a little bit. The turrets is something that they have been struggling to take. They took the bot side turret off of Galileush's pressure. Now he's unleashed onto the rest of the map. I'd love to see them use that pressure to start cracking open more of these outer turrets, get that influx of gold, and then come that 20-minute mark Orbital, there should be no way for Hoosiers to even look at any of the neutral objectives.
Oh, it's just... I think it's already starting. You could see that Herald being taken as quick as a flash, by the way. That was extremely quick.
Sure.
On what is supposed to be a tanky objective to go for. Nah, just easily knocked up. And they're looking to field it into that mid lane. Lychee has been staying on this top side of the map. And it's just... I'm just wondering where Indiana's going to try and come out from this. You see the glimmers of how they're trying to pin down, a 4v2 or something like that. I just don't know where they want to actually throw their hat in and say we got to make a play somewhere, because yes, you want Loki Dosi to scale up, but how much longer are you going to wait for that to happen?
Yeah, and on top of that, can you actually get Loki Dosi to scale up at the rate you're going?
Yeah.
Right now, this Draven Zeri matchup is still not comfortable for Loki Dosi, and with the exhaust on Galileushi, mid lane kind of feels even worse for the Zeri, because you don't have the walls to kind of hop over. Hiccup once more stuck in the baby cage, and Lychee and Saknam are here.
Oh, Hiccup hiccuped a little bit too hard, and Hiccup didn't do a death. That is now 5, and only completing that Saracen Embrace so far. It's a rightful pinch. This is what you do. You do decide to fight as hard as you can against a champion or a player that has been pinned down. And on the top side, Valley's still more than fine to say, because now you get this bot lane tower. One charge goes off. No one on the side of Indiana is even available. Because of that, you're going to loop around. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Wait,
Drive
nope,
away.
Lychee.
Oh, Lychee tried. Lychee. Definitely not a Scion main.
You know what? Not every college kid needs a driver's license, Orbital.
Oh, wait. Do you still get it? Do you still get the charge?
No shot.
There's no charge if they're not driving, by the way. Yeah.
True.
Oh, my God.
Unfortunate. So, Overall, I did want to ask as well. I don't know about your college. Back in my college days, we used to get a U pass for a university pass for transit.
Oh.
So we actually legitimately didn't have to drive. Oh, Yama's here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the transit. Sometimes the grapples are easier to work with here. You don't need to ride a train or anything like that. Valley's more than happy. Oh, wait. Fox.
Oh.
Okay, a little bit sneaky. Listen, as long as Summoner Soul's up, I always assume now Purdue Gold are going to be fine. Like, I am assuming that Purdue Gold are always going to be fine.
That's fair so far. I mean, the flashes have been on point. Galayushi, a TP being committed from Valley here. Is it going to be in time? Nope.
Okay, that was pretty slick. Amended, quite literally drawing everyone back in.
Oh,
no repel to work, and it's 2 major kills. Indiana came out with some fight, and you know what? We were wondering where that pinch is going to go. This time around, Purdue Gold aren't able to maintain. However, what did go down is that 3rd dragon. It is a massive boon here for the side of Purdue Gold. That Indiana are straight up saying, stack 5 in mid, just brute force our way to a tower, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, with Galayushi down, it becomes a lot easier to push because so much gold is on that Draven. And Lychee wasn't there either. I think Lychee, rolling death, not able to find anybody. Okay, just cancel it back. I didn't want to highlight too, Lychee wasn't there. Lychee's the other person with a ton of kills. And I actually really like what Lychee did. Focus on the objectives. This is a Hextech Soul. If you get that, there's no running from this Draven. He will become your worst nightmare. So I love the pry over that. Prince is dead. Yep, the moment he got attacked by anything. Zero counterplay, guys. This is Viga for you.
You're talking about transit and everything, and that was just straight up just a driving by and just like throwing a little rock into a pond. It was just like, it's just that easy. You don't even have to worry about anything. Valley's gonna do the same here. This one's more like a bullet train though. Valley has, been that star at game 1, and this time gets a little value. The first kill for Valley is at 18.5 minutes. That's only because the rest of the team has been doing so much more. Loki Dosi and Yama are gonna try and trade things up, and it is gonna be the CC chain. Loki Dosi is now being spoon-fed, but can it go through the exhaust? Thankfully, you have the exhaust to help out, but my gosh, it's still mid lane being bullied down. Purdue Gold quite literally saying it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how many of us you kill. We've already gotten the early game lead, and we are going to expand upon it.
Yeah, because Hoosiers need to commit so much more to make things happen, right? Like, they need at least a numbers advantage. There's a 2v1 to find the kill onto Valley. And so Purdue's just like, okay, well, if you're going to do that, then we know that we're going to have numbers advantage somewhere else. And so they just kind of brute force that. That's it, overall. That is the mid lane inner. There's only one inner turret remaining on that top side. Once that one goes down, there are no more easy turrets for the side of Purdue to take. And that's when I think Baron becomes paramount for this team. In order to keep pushing the way they have been, in order to crack those base turrets, Baron is a huge tool to make that happen.
I know you said, I have to point it out. I know you said there's no easy turrets. Galayushi makes the turrets look easy. I don't like the fact that these turrets are dropping so quickly. It hurts, but I do agree. This Baron could be that big game changer. And the other side is, I really do appreciate the fact that we are seeing Indiana just highball, just going hard on just these solo kills, because it's something that I always say. If you're down, the first step is literally just get kills, get gold somewhere. Yes, it's a small prize, but it is a prize at the end of the day.
That's true. And as much as they might be losing objectives elsewhere on the map to make these plays happen, that is probably the best sort of situation they can hope for. They can't contest these objectives anyways. Give it up, get those kills, as you rightly pointed out. Now they found Fox as well. That is Fox's first death. I believe they had a bounty on them as well. And for the Hoosiers, they're still in that top side. They've still got a vision on that top side to at least know when Purdue want to start that one up. And for Purdue, I don't know if you want to start this up or just wait 2 minutes for that dragon to come up and then just kind of go for the dragon instead. Ignore the dragon you see in the top left corner. It's Hextech Soul. So once you get that, then yeah, it becomes so much easier for you. I think that is even worth trading the Baron if need be, which you won't have to because Hoosiers can't take Baron.
They want to. You see the wars going down. It's like, please, please, please go for the Baron. Maybe we can steal her. Amended, by the way, amended with a double role swap now. First to mid and now to jungle. Huge props, by the way. Has been the one that I think really kicked off this even inkling, this even from 1% to 2% chance of Indiana having a bridge into the mid to late. It's been strong, the Poppy. but we need to see a lot more right now. Loki Dosi and the rest of the squad are leaning towards that top side of the map, saying, yo, we're going to collapse in as 5, and they have drawn 1. This is going to be Lychee to be caught out. Rest of the team, Purdue, are not really there, but look at the strength. Look at the wallets of Purdue. They're so strong, and now the rest of the squad is here, and the baby cage goes down. Purdue might be looking for a bit more, but the damage is there. Second, I'm trying to go back in, but you don't really have any extra support. That's going to be a kill, and another one. Yama is going to turn it around. Down goes the Vigar, and Val's trying to go to the back line. What are you doing? What is going on here? Indiana straight up bullying their way in. Hiccup with a double kill. Loki Dosi lives.
What just happened? Oh, no. Purdue was winning. Purdue should have been winning. Out of nowhere, Hoosiers finds a winning fight, and it literally felt like out of nowhere because it just threw a hook. And the funny part to me was how that broke down. The fact that Purdue kind of... The start of that fight was just a hook from Yama. Nothing major was blown. Lychee blew the Crescent Guard, and Purdue reset and then opted back into the fight. And I think that's where things started to go wrong for them. When they kind of went back in, they didn't have everybody quite ready and waiting, and Hoosiers played that beautifully. The whole setup we're talking about with Poppy, with Nautilus, creating space for Zeri, that's exactly what they did. And as long as Loki Dosi lives, Loki Dosi can still pump out damage, will still pump out damage.
I hate the fact that now we gotta watch this happen, and the only reason is because I don't know who's gonna come out on top. This dragon, for me, was supposed to be Purdue Gold's, and Purdue Gold I think still has it, but they saw someone TP around. High Prince is not there, so maybe they try this 45 flash over the wall. Baby Cage goes down, and this is more but the Purdue Gold fight. It is gonna be a wash of 3 easy. Purdue Gold say, yo, we are not losing this dragon. 4 dead in the blink of an eye, and might as well turn for Baron 2.
Yeah, and this critical fight, Keeper's Verdict, was not available for Amended. Hoosiers shouldn't have been opting for it, but they ran out of time because that was so point. And if they don't start it, Purdue will. And because of that, Purdue now picking up the Dragon, going for Baron as well. They've got everything. And Hoosier, they've got literally nothing to contest this with.
We were so excited. That mid lane fight felt like a wake-up call to Purdue Gold, though. It felt like they said, oh, if we don't play right, we will lose. We need to shore things up. They group up, they play smart, and now it's right back in the driver's seat because at the end of the day, yes, Indiana played that first fight very well, looked very clean, looked like a great kind of underdog story. You're still down a lot of gold. At the end of the day, you're still down about 8K, and a majority share of that we saw earlier with the gold pop-up. Galayushi is carrying a lot of that. 3.5 items in their pocket. Same in the mid lane. Fox, 5, 2, and 4. 3 items in their pocket. And then Lychee, 6, 0, and 6. Still has not died, by the way. A massive force to be reckoned with. I'm very impressed with Purdue Gold so far. Now I just want to see a clean closeout.
Now, clean is going to be the tough one, Orbital, because as we saw, Hoosiers can actually fight back when their ultimates are up and available. If Purdue misstep, they could potentially die. And the people I'm actually watching for in Purdue is kind of no longer Galayushi. Like, you're ahead, you're a Draven, good. But you still have to cut through the tanks. You're not going to be the one going after Loki Dosi, pardon me. That's going to be Valley. So I'm looking at Valley to actually get into the backline, and so far it hasn't worked because of the sheer amount of CC that can stop the Camille from going in. So you need backup, and whether that be Lychee or Fox with just pressing R, somebody else needs to go in and take out this area too.
You need to have that peace of mind. Of course, right now the front gates are breached. Easy tower goes down here. Fox, I'd be very interested to see what level of AEP scaling they're currently at. Valley, though, in the wrong spot right now, on about half health, which does lead to the fact that it's an easy break into the inhibitor. So Valley doing what Valley needs to do. Inhibitor down at 25 minutes.
Baron about to go down in about 15 or about 30 seconds here. Actually, no. I'm looking at the wrong timer. It should be going down very, very shortly. 10 seconds. Hoosiers can look to actually try and turn as that Baron goes down. And again, the siege without the Baron is not that great from Purdue.
Don't they have an extra minute? Isn't it more?
30 seconds. It's 3.5 minutes, right? Okay, so 25 seconds. I can count. Faster math.
Remember, guys, don't try to do math on air, because when we try and do math on air, something like Purdue Gold makes us scratch our heads and go, where's all your gold? I don't know. Listen, at this point, we assume that 10K is just between everyone. They have done so well, and this is going to be that chance with that Hextech Soul. You're going to jump on Yama, who is supposed to be a massive front line, but at this point, you're a tin can getting booted down the road. A second inhibitor is going to draw. That's a massive shockwave and a massive ult coming out. A Loki Dosi, but really, what else can you do? You did everything right, but it was just too late, and that will be death for the Hoosiers, as that's a triple kill for Fox, and it is revenge for Game 1. Purdue Gold forced us to a Game 3.
And overall, it only feels poetic that it is the Vigar once again who kind of is that big issue in the late game. We saw the transition from Galayushi's early Draven to Fox's Vigar late game, and the way that he was just popping everybody on that Vigar towards the end. And we said somebody else needs to go in with value. In this case, Fox kind of did almost all of it on his own, just found Loki Dosi as Loki Dosi was trying to advance after that pick happened. And overall, with that, we do get ourselves a Game 3. Purdue Gold swapped everything up, and it worked.
Listen, I do want to ask you right now, RMC, you mentioned the Vigar, but there was another crucial pick that went into Purdue Gold's favor. That Xin Zhao went untouched throughout the entirety of that game. I got to ask you, is this now the cards you're playing for? Are you now being forced to split that Vigar Xin Zhao, or was that just legit Purdue Gold having a rampantly amazing time?
No, I don't think it's the pick. I think Lychee stepped up huge this game. As a player, not the champion Xin Zhao. Lychee was just always there. Whenever we saw Amended want to make play. Had to double check that because of the rules. Every time Amended wanted to make something happen, Lychee was there. And in that first gank, again, the Xin Zhao was there first, but this time Lychee was there first. I don't care what champion it was. As long as Lychee was there, they would have been able to convert those kills. So I think Xin Zhao is okay. The Vigar maybe might become a bit of a parallel between these two teams, or ban-worthy. If anything, I've got big questions from Hoosiers, because you won Game 1. Why did we roll swap for Game 2? And if anything, I kind of want to see them all roll swap back for Game 3 to wherever they were. Because I think Hiccup Loki Dosi looked a lot more coordinated than the Yama Loki Dosi bot lane.
All right, well, let's see if they do. So, I mean, right now we are going to that Game 3. It is the finale, the Act 3, the end-all be-all to one of these teams' post-season run. We'll see how it goes down. Please don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back. Act 3, the curtains are raising, and this is either going to be a good time, a great time, or a horrendous time, depending on who comes out here, because this is the in-state rivalry game number 3. It is the Hoosiers coming out versus Purdue Gold, and things are looking crazy. Game number 1, it was Indiana University coming out with a strong game 1, very, very powerful. Game 2 looked a little bit funky with the role swaps, and Purdue Gold were able to take over. And we have gotten word now, we have to say it right off the bat, this is going to be Hoosiers going back to their original roles of game number 1.
Yeah, and justifiably so. If you won game 1, why didn't you swap it up? And once you've lost, go back to what worked for you. But overall, it's not just about the Hoosiers. In game 2, Purdue showed a much better gameplay than they did in game 1. And I would specifically want to shout out Lychee in the jungle, right? We were talking a bit about the Xin Zhao. Is it the Xin Zhao pick? No, it was Lychee just being the better jungler, being around. You could have picked any early game jungler and Lychee would have had the same impact. So if you are going with that Draven, I really like this look, and I think Purdue can just run it back. Pick the Draven for the bot lane. Galayushi and Saknam looked phenomenal in terms of how they played that lane. Pick an early game jungler, and then just pick scalers for Valley and Fox. And Valley has not yet lost the lane this series so far. You can probably get a counter pick for Valley as well.
I think a huge part of that behind, though, is the fact that, hey, if Hiccup is back in the bot side, we can look at an Enchanter support difference. And I think that shakeup, I'm very interested because you mentioned Galayushi. The bot lane for Purdue Gold, I think, does very well in scrappy scenarios when you can actually kind of fight, you know, just kind of plant your feet and go at it, you know, blow for blow kind of situation. The skirting around, I think, was a big deal for them. So I want to see if Hoosiers do lean back into that same vein and amended. At the same time, I'm very interested back into that mid lane. If they did decide to go on the blue side, which I do want to double check, I believe they have. Hoosiers have decided to go back to blue. We could see that Veigar come out, which I think you rightly pointed out. That's kind of that main swinging point. It's not an amazing pick, but in terms of glue, it's held strong against a lot of what both teams want to throw at it.
Yeah, and I'm curious if we actually see Purdue decide to maybe ban out the Veigar if they are on that red side, or if they have an answer to try and punish it. Because Fox does play a lot of different champions. Some ways you can deal with Veigar's outranging them. Fox's most played champions are Hui and Ziggs, both champions who can massively outrange. And heck, the third most played is Orianna as well. We kind of saw it last game. It did not work out well for Hiccup, but you can go Orianna and bully out the Veigar early. That is a potential way to play the game. So it's a question to me of how confident is Fox in terms of trying to be able to maybe outplay Amended in the mid lane with that mid lane experience, and or do we just ban out the Veigar and take that away and then see what else Amended has up his sleeve? Because I'm not confident Amended will win the 1v1 matchup in the mid lane if you're kind of picking like an early game champion. So I expect if you ban the Veigar, Amended has to look at other scaling champions, things like Hui, things like Aurelion Sol, who, you know, people have just suddenly realized that, hey, it's not just a one-trick champion in the LCS levels. Other regions are picking it up as well. It is just a really good scaling mid lane pick.
Well, listen, sometimes you won't get the freebie like Broxah staring at the top lane and wondering, you know, how did my ult go? But you can still play the champion. It's still pretty good. Wandering in that same state, though, we got to look at the top side. High Prince, you mentioned Valley had a good side. Let's look at the other side of things. High Prince needs a little bit of help, needs something going on. Either that, or you have already kind of signed your own will for Game 3 and saying, we got to sacrifice you, I'm so sorry. Is that the fact, or do we see High Prince try and get a better lane matchup? What needs to go on if we want to see that top lane go well for Hoosiers?
That's a tough one, because credit to High Prince. He's been losing the lane both times, but his Aatrox has had great teamfight impact. So on one hand, I think you can still keep picking the Aatrox if you want, and then just play more for the late game teamfight. But at that point, you're kind of surrendering agency and control over the game. You're saying that, okay, Loki Dosi, you know, Hiccup, Yama, I'm trusting you guys to get us to that late game where I can actually play. Now they are on blue side, Indiana, for game 3. So you won't have the option for a counter pick, or unlikely to have that option for a counter pick. And if that's the case, then I kind of just say, hey, go back to the Aatrox if you need to. I'd say Renekton, but it's been banned a lot this series, and there's not a lot of like very blind pickable champions. You could go tanky. Udyr is still an option. Cassante are still things, though I don't know if High Prince necessarily plays the Cassante.
Mm-hmm. It might just be you have to dive into a little bit of that weird champion pick. But of course, as he said, the Aatrox has had the impact that you do wish. Just alleviate some of that early game. scenarios. Granted, he didn't really die on the top side either. I do want to point that out. I'm not trying to pick on him or anything like that. I always feel bad whenever you see one lane kind of sacked in a whole series. I never like that. Normally it's me on my team. Normally it's me, and I have to play on my own. I come from the days of old Wriggle's Lantern, where quite literally you don't see the jungler for about 30 minutes. That was terrible. But looking at things here, I think the battle lines have been drawn. Both teams have a lot of relevancy from games 1 and 2. I'm very interested to see if that champion select goes the same way or if we get a whole new draft. Keep in mind, it was double support ban for Purdue in game 2. If that happens again, it'll be very interesting.
And the double support ban from Purdue was Karma and Thresh. I kind of don't think that Thresh is an issue if Hiccup's playing. So keep in mind the players did know. We didn't, unfortunately, on stream at that point, that there was role swaps, but the players knew when they dropped it. So that Thresh ban, I think, was more specifically targeted at Yama. I'm curious to see what sort of change-ups we do see in the bans. For now, though, again, Indiana Hoosiers on the blue side, and they are sticking with this Hui ban. It's been about the Hui. What were the other bans they kind of went with? The Lilia and the Blitzcrank. They didn't change that up the first 2 games. I'm curious to see if they do. Do we see a Draven ban maybe? They handled it before, but last game, it did not end well for them.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at very interesting kind of situations, if we want to shift up, this is a hard shift. We haven't seen the Lulu actually picked up, I think, in either game, and now you opt into it. It was a Karma before. You're straight up just saying, no, we don't want to deal with this support. And, you know, maybe it's the Thresh out. Hey, okay, don't worry about the Thresh. Let's get another Enchantress support banned away. This is going to be interesting. Lilia still banned away. It is that Karma. Okay, so still double support bans coming in here as Hiccup is now on that bot side, really saying, yo, Loki Dosi and Hiccup have been our main focus. I really appreciate this. Are we going to see a third one? That's what I want to know.
I don't think you can, because I think you need to abandon Varus here, or else we're going to see who's just slam the Varus B1. So that's the risk of trying to ban out Enchanter players. There's so many other Enchanters, right? You ban Lulu Karma, great. There's still Milio, there's still Lux, there's still Soraka, which is something Hiccup has played to great effect. Renata, one of her most played so far this season. So yeah, you almost have to ban the Varus. And now what's the B1 for Hoosiers is my question, right? Like, I don't think we're going to see a Draven takeaway. I don't think you need to prio the support. So do we just see Veigar being picked up? Do we think Amended is that desperate for it?
Ooh. This is forcing a Milio standoff right now. The Lucian to come out for Loki Dosi is a challenge and a half here. Again, Loki Dosi played the Zeri from before, and it also leaves open the Veigar to go the way of Purdue. And this is getting spicy here, RMC.
Yeah. The other thing too, Orbital, is not just Milio. Nami is potentially available as well. Her damage did get decreased, but I mean the healing is increased, and you can the Lucian Nami specifically is a bit weaker, but overall the sustain is better, so you make up for it. I do like the Viego pickup though, coming from the side of Purdue. It is a reset champion, and one of the best facilitators of that is Veigar. So already very, very high single target bursts. Most of these fights are going to effectively feel like a 4v5 if Purdue get the right target.
Well, you can see here, it's actually not going to be that Milio pickup. It is that Nami who has been adjusted. I believe it was more indicating a little bit more damage in the fact that Zaxak got nerfed in this patch. So it's a little bit of it's the old school combo. It is that old school Lucian Nami combo. And I'm surprised about the fact that Purdue have opted to not deal with that bottom lane. They said, we are not going to pick it up. You have to expect massive bans to come your way. And at the same time, same front to Indiana. Indiana have opted to leave that top side completely alone. Say, yo, we don't even worry about it. Same with mid lane. We gave over the Veigar. We are just going to have to put Amended on something else. With the ban of that Ahri, we are seeing a drastic shift from games 1 and 2, I think, in key roles.
Yeah, and I'm very actually surprised, as you mentioned, by the fact that Purdue did not pick their bot lane. Because now, the Draven just gets banned right off the bat. You can ban Kalista as well, and suddenly there's no early game champion to deal with this Lucian. And we saw it happen game 1 with the Jinx. You're not afraid of the Jinx if she doesn't get to even skill up whatsoever this game. The other concern, Orbital, is a lack of tankiness on the side of Purdue, especially into a Lucian, because normally you need somebody to soak up the culling. If not, the culling can literally, we're talking about, 4v5, because Veigar Viego can burst somebody at the beginning of a fight. Lucian can literally remove somebody before the fight even starts with the range of the culling.
It's crazy. And you can see just a straight up bot lane ban of the Nautilus and the Draven. Just, yeah, we want to get that off the board. So as you mentioned, Kalista is still very available. If you want to run the Kalista and a little extra, I mean, you pick up the Alistar, still a great matchup. This is where it gets spicy. In the top side, I did mention that High Prince. I really wanted to see if you were going to be given a little bit more agency. Obviously, the Aatrox is still available, but you get a chance at counterpick. You do get that chance at, hey, what do we want to play? Wow, amended, saying, I'm going to stay far away. You mentioned it, RMC. You called it. The range is what you want to go in. This is one of the oldest, old school range matchups. You go Lux, you farm forever, you laser from half a screen away, and you're golden. There's the tank that we wanted, the Cassante coming in.
Like we called for, right? Pick an absolute unit who doesn't care that much about your lane opponent, who can just kind of farm up and be there as a meat shield. I like the pickup. It's not necessarily the best into a Camille, but you've got the tools you need. You've got the displacement to knock her out of the Hextech Ultimatum, and you've got a way to just kind of soak. On the side of Purdue, their final pickup is going to be the Xayah. It's a good shout because of the Vi. Now, you don't have to worry about the Vi going on the Xayah. Instead, Fox has to worry because Unstoppable Ultimate means that Baby Cage don't do anything. Vi ain't no baby. Now, the other big problem, too, we kind of mentioned with the Purdue composition, a lack of a true tank. Now, they've got the Alistar, they can soak the culling, but they have no engage. Vigar's great at playing backwards. Xayah's great at playing backwards. Camille could engage, but she'd just get absolutely popped with the sheer amount of damage that the Hoosiers have. So I'm a little bit concerned about how Purdue are going to look to start fights. And for the side of the Hoosiers, they've got the tools they need. They've got a Vi if they want to start a fight. Cassante can just kind of run at you, look for those flank angles. But more importantly, with Lux, they have better poke as well. So they're not in a rush to engage onto you. They just want to poke you down from range. I'm afraid Purdue don't have the tools to deal with that.
I mean, you're praying for Valley to really pop off and say, hey, I can reach that backline, and it's going to be on your own. So good luck, soldier. Have fun. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking at there. The other side is I will actually say I'm not super excited about the Xayah. I was really hoping for a little bit more aggression in that bot side. I really enjoyed, that fight potential that you had, and the Kalista was still up. Needless to say, though, we're going to stew on it a little bit longer. I believe we're going to a very short break, get things rolling with the players, make sure all our connections are set, make sure my camera decided to actually function throughout and not, drop off the side of the planet. We'll be right back with some more NECC action. Game 3 of this interstate matchup. Please don't go anywhere. And we are in an RMC. We've had some time to stew. Some thoughts came up, and the players are set for this game number 3. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, we're just building tension because this is, after all, I love that from the Vigar. I didn't even realize that was actually one of the animations of the skin.
I gotta say this before you go further. Did you know you can actually dodge abilities with that? I think.
Wait, what?
There was a clip I'm pretty sure it's patched. There was a clip a long time ago. Okay, why are we not? What? It was bait! RMC! The Vigar was a bait against the O team! What? First blood!
The important things in life, Orbital. We're focusing on the important things, which is the Vigar animation. Well, not sure what just happened in the bot lane, but Hiccup picked up first blood. The entire team walked in, and I guess they found somebody.
That was crazy to think about. But going back to it, I believe you had some thoughts moving into this matchup about, where they were kind of focused on, and kind of walk me through this, because I think we were touching on a point before we really hopped into that break.
Yeah, one thing that we have to remember, of course, is this is Game 3, Orbital, and this might be semifinals, but it's still a best of 3. So winner takes all right now. Both these teams, neither of them has any leeway. So I expected to see a bit of craziness. I was hoping to see a level 1. We didn't see the level 1, but it happened. And it is the side of Indiana Hoosiers who did pick it up, notably in the bot side as well. And I know that, sure, it's not great that the support got it, but this is a Nami. She can poke out as well. And I think any sort of advantage for a Lucian Nami is one that they can very, very quickly snowball off of.
I can appreciate that. I really hope they do. And I also want to see the side of Purdue Gold be able to carry on forward. I really, really want to see them put up a good show because we saw in game 2, if given the opportunity, they know how to steamroll the game. And the first blood is not the worst thing in the world. You can sit there. It's a, hey, we got a kill. We're good to go. Or we got killed. But we can still roll back. We've seen the fight that both these teams can throw down. And I'm very interested to see if it does follow through. And again, they got my boy Vigar. They got my boy Vigar. Not the best skin, by the way. Best skin is bad skin to Vigar by a mile and a half. That's what I'm saying right now. But it's still one to really watch for, and I'm curious. First blood, I believe, went down for Hiccup in the bot side. She was able to pick it up. It's still a bot-sided gold situation. That gold went into the bot lane, and that's been our priority. You mentioned the Nami is going to have a little bit better time. Does this heavily influence the early game? That's my question.
It could have been better if Lucian got it overall, but as we kind of mentioned, it is a Lucian Nami bot lane. They do snowball incredibly fast and well, so it's still good for the side of the Hoosiers. And one thing we kind of didn't touch on was scaling for both of these teams. Unfortunately, for the side of the Hoosiers, while I like their composition, I think the range is massive for them. The fact that they don't have to look for hard engages till they soften up Purdue, and Purdue don't have good answers to poke. The scaling does heavily favor Purdue. Zaya, later on, will outskill the Lucian, and she's great at playing back. Eventually, you do have to play forward, whichever team you're on. Camille will be able to outsplit push. I mean, in the past, Divine Sunder made her one of the best sort of tank busters, especially in the mid to late game. Divine Sunder is gone, but she can still do a lot with the Trinity Force. And in the mid lane, the Vigar, the winner of all the matches up to this point, Orbital, scales infinitely. So I do think that Purdue Gold right now, they are comfortable and they're happy to kind of sit back and let the game happen to them. It is on Hoosiers to win this one and not just let it scale up to infinity.
Alrighty, well, things are going a little bit awry right now. Spectator decided to mess with us once again, so we are going, I think, to throw to a very quick break. Please don't go anywhere as we try and get this underway. Keep in mind, keep pace up as, again, in this series, we are hoping to finish it up. Granted, there's another series after this as well, so please do not go anywhere. NECC will be right back. All right, everybody. As you can see, with my hair, it is not having a good heyday, and same with the Spec Client. Spec Client decided that it did not want to work. RMC, I don't know. You minions usually are able to help fix our code, but I guess this time it just didn't. So it's a problem. This is, unfortunately, we are unable to get game number 3 going. They are playing it out though. So we will have results for you and let you know who moves on in this Champions Division matchup to go to the Grand Finals to have that interstate rivalry. Unfortunately, we will not see it here live. We do apologize immensely for that issue. It was going to be a good one, RMC. I think it was going to be a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was very much looking forward to it. And it's very unfortunate we now won't know. It's Schrodinger's game at this point. Maybe nobody wins. Semifinals just happens. The semifinals never ends, Orbital. We'll never know what happened. However, as you mentioned earlier, there is still a series after this. Yanni and Shibi will be here to take you through the Champions Division East in their playoffs, with the Niner Esports going up against RIT Orange. So while we won't know the results of this one till then, Yanni and Shibi will update you when their matches start.
Of course, and with that, we will sign off, unfortunately, but fortunately, more league is on the way. So please stick around. I believe that is starting at the top of the hour. And fingers crossed, no spectator issues then. We'll see y'all then.
Welcome in, everybody, to Wednesday night NECC action over here at NECC Esports. My name is Yanni. I am joined in by Shibby. Shibby, we saw 2/3 of a really nice match prior between Purdue and Indiana. And in that game 3, we did receive confirmation that Purdue was able to get the job done. So congratulations to them. They will be moving on. And meanwhile, for our match, we have RIT versus Niner Esports. RIT, a team that we have seen before that was actually quite good.
Yeah, I got to cast one of the thirds of those matches, actually filling in as play-by-play. I will say, Yanni, I don't envy your job. I don't envy your role. Never put me on play-by-play again. Reverse sweep from Purdue Gold, like you mentioned. But yeah, Rit Orange, Niner Esports, stacked matchup, I would say, between the two teams. Obviously, it's playoffs. Niner Esports 6-1 in the regular season. Rit went 5-2. So these guys are very closely matched. One game quite literally separates these two. RIT doing a fantastic job just keeping up, and really, I would argue both of these teams, we're going to see a 3-game series, right? Like, we have to. These teams are so close in the standings, in their skill level. I feel like because we've seen one of these guys play before, I'm kind of expecting a 3-game series.
Yeah, I am too, right? Especially because it's the playoffs, right? And everybody shows up for the playoffs. Everybody, decides they get that little playoff buff, right? At least in the early stages. You don't start seeing playoff nerfs until somebody hits the finals. But we do have some starting lineups for you here. We're going to kick things off with the starting lineup of Niner Esports Sport Boy 63 in the top lane, Breezy Bay in the jungle, Dunlop in the mid lane, and the bottom lane of Personify of Red and Cream Soda. Cream Soda, I believe, played in some OQs this time around.
Yeah, and looking at this roster and kind of looking at the meta has evolved into, my personal most important thing to watch is this bot lane matchup, right? Personify and Cream Soda need to get the lead. There are a bunch of good, solid AD carry picks at the moment, right? The Varus, the Jinx coming back, Crit got buffed. We're on a new patch. Zeri is really good right now. I think you need to have that bot lane winning matchup for you guys to really kind of get things going. I think we're seeing the evolution of the meta as the patches go on. And yeah, my eyes are glued to this bot lane of Red and Cream Soda. Yeah,
especially when you have a player that strong in the form of Cream Soda. You will always avert your eyes down there. And the second roster we have is, of course, RIT. We've got Haxer up in the top lane, Maxander in the jungle, Hockey in the mid lane, Arkezis and Zetas in bottom and support. And remember, we saw these guys before. We were highly impressed with guys like Haxer and Maxander.
Exactly. I think Haxer has been doing a really good job in that top lane, generating his own leads, but also calling for the jungler, calling for Maxander and his team when he needs the help and when he can kind of push the lead even further, right? Facilitating dives, getting grubs, roaming down to mid lane, that kind of stuff. Definitely a tale of two different teams, right? The bottom lane for Niners here versus the top lane of Rit or RIT. I think Haxer has to carry, and his bot lane kind of has to survive and weather the storm. Luckily, there are a lot of good bot lane combinations that can do that right now, right? Jinx, Zeri Lulu, we have Aphelios Milio, we have a lot of, I would say, passive bot lanes that can kind of weather that storm versus the more aggressive stuff like the Varus Karma, like the Callista and Rel or Callista Renata, those more aggressive bot lanes. And for me, it's just going to be, how does his team survive that, and how do they work around how good of a player Haxor is, and how does the top side counter out the bottom side of the enemy team?
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Sport Boy is going to do into Haxer compared to the bottom lane of Arkezis and Zetas into Personality of Red and Cream Soda. Recall that Arkezis and Zetas, they played some really solid games when we last saw them. Taking a look at the teams as a whole and how their regular seasons kind of went, RIT, there were 4 teams in the East, in East A, that finished 5-2. They finished with 11 game wins to 5 game losses, which puts them in second. They were tied in game wins with 2 other teams. Like, this is a very, very close East A. And then on the other side in East B, it was Niner and St. Clair Saints Academy that led the way. And, Niner finished on par with St. Clair Saints. So I think that's pretty important, because that's a team, the St. Clair Saints, the Academy team, that will certainly get some pretty solid practice, you'd think.
Oh yeah, I mean, just their regular CLOL team that they're practicing against is very, very good, and I think that's one of those esports programs that you think of that has like a lot of good players across multiple games. But with these two teams, like you mentioned, right, grasp of the meta, we're on a new patch. We have to kind of see where these teams are going to land because there's a lot of changes that happened, at least in this patch and the previous one, right? Olaf got buffed, Karma got nerfed, crit items for AD carries got buffed again, so Kraken Slayer, i.e. that kind of stuff is really is back on the menu. Skarner is disabled, so I don't think we're going to be seeing him anytime soon.
Azir's back.
But Azir is back. I was going to say the king of mid lane has returned here, and so I expect a lot of teams to start rotating that. You already see it in Tier 3. Right now, Azir's being picked up a ton, Tier 2 as well, and I think that champion is game warping, and he's very, very good, but there are answers to it, right? The Hui, the Orianna, we're seeing a lot more Ahri priority coming in, right? Ahri Vi, Ahri Viego. I think the big theme that we've been seeing a lot of is these reset compositions. Jinx, Jinx, Ahri, Ahri Viego, that kind of stuff, or Aatrox looped into there. How many seconds does it take to get the first kill and start resetting and winning the fight? I think that's the flavor of the month, at least right now.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that because champions like Darius even kind of creep in a little bit, right? Like, obviously, you need a lot to go right. You need to, see the right composition for it. But the fact that Darius at a high level is playable just goes to show how big those resets are. Into those reset comps, though, champions that prevent the ability to start getting those resets off have been very important. Poppy, as an example, has been a really, really strong pick into a lot of the compositions that you mentioned are strong. I expect that if you see some of these quick fleet of foot champions coming out with their dashes, Poppy will be there to shut them down.
Yeah, and just getting word actually that we do have a sub in Sport Boy is actually not going to be playing, and Ryuki is going to be taking the top lane matchup into Haxor here. So a bit of a different flavor. I like the fact that they're trying to use subs, or they're trying to get a different player in, right? It's harder to prep for, maybe a different champion pool. I think there's going to be a lot of attention thrown that way, right? Like we said, we set up the bot lane for the Niners here, but then for Rit, you've got that top side dominance, and I want to see how that's going to unfold, and I think all of that kind of gets, it gets going with the junglers, right? How are they going to play? How are they going to focus around these lanes? You know what they want to do. You know how they want to play, but how can they mask that? How can they, make it so that, I'm actually not going to triple gank top, or I'm not going to dive. I'm going to go bot lane. I'm going to feint and get in and out and use these different, gank paths and stuff like that to really kind of make sure that, you're not there to counter it. And so I want to see how these junglers are going to match up against each other and where the priority is going to be on the champions. I think jungle meta is still relatively the same. Volley Bear, Xin Zhao, that kind of stuff is very, very good. Like we said, Skarner is not going to be enabled, but those champions hotly contested at the moment. Vi as well, Viego. I'll be very interested to see how these junglers kind of facilitate their carry lanes or their carry-orientated team styles and compositions.
Yeah, there's really a couple of schools of thought that you can have. You can decide, hey, you know what, we're going to play a tank jungler here or somewhat of a facilitator, right? Because you can always play champions like Sejuani, right? If you want to go for a strong mid-jungle duo, you could pull out, Talia Vi or something like that. Or you can get super aggressive, right? We've seen a lot of Lee Sin. We saw some Lee Sin in day one of the promotion tournament for NECL, right? Like, this is a reasonable level that you expect that these players can pull into their wide bevy of picks and go with whatever they want. I know that Breezy Bay's been trying out some Olaf jungle. Recall that Olaf jungle got buffed a little bit in this patch, at least in the words of us.
Yeah, it got buffed. I played it. I sucked at it. I inted as hard as I could.
That's par for the course for you. Come now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I had to go up against the new Skarner. I didn't know what that character even does, really. Like, it was kind of crazy, but you can feel the clear speed. I think you can get like a sub 320 clear speed on it, and you don't even have to be like shapeshift level, right? Like, you can just kind of clear on it, relatively healthy. You can duel junglers, who's very good, right? Olaf's one of those champions that requires a lot of gold. And so if he's not ahead of the curve, if he's behind, if he's not ganking, he's not invading, if he's not yoinking camps left and right from you, he's going to fall behind. And he's one of those champions that kind of comes in at like an R5 or an R4 when you see a composition that you like triple melee or, high CC, and you could just kind of run through all that as you do get into the draft here. We've got the Niners on the red side, and we've got RIT on the blue side.
Should be pretty exciting. We are going to see Aurelia the first thing off the board. So clearly the scouting has worked here. They're going after Ryuki very early on. I mean, why not, right? This player's going to come off the bench cold, get thrown into the fire. It's like, all right, well, you know what? We're going to target that guy. You know what? It makes a lot of sense, right? This is exactly what you do. You don't care how you get the win. You don't care if some might think dishonorable or anything like that. No, you go out there and you win the game.
Yeah, and especially giving Haxor a favorable matchup, right? There's probably very few champions he's afraid, or let's say he doesn't want to really try to go in blind. So if you can give him like a really good blindable champion, because he's most likely not going to be able to get a counter pick here, that's really good, right? I think stuff like the Cassante, Aatrox, right? Those kind of champions, Rumble even very, very good into a lot of the meta champions at the moment. Is the Niners are actually just going to ban away Max Sanders' champion pool, the Viego, the Bel'Veth, these kind of things, limiting the amount of influence he can have in the game on these more, carry-orientated junglers, right? Max Sander, one of those players that benefits from the fact that his top laner is so good. He gets some of those kills. He can then invade onto you with top pressure. He can then pick up some kills into the mid lane, right? Direct benefactor of the top pressure and using that perfectly.
Yeah. This dude can hard carry a game, and you know it. Again, you know what? This is good homework done by Niner Esports over here, taking out that Aatrox, but it does mean we will see a first pick Jinx coming through, as you predicted, looking to be a little bit more of a reset comp. Let me ask you something real quick. Obviously, the Bel'Veth's band, that fits into a reset comp, right? You get your parkour and you run around.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I would say that's kind of a reset comp, right? Like, it's a little delayed, but it works. But we do see the Aphelios answer here. And Yanni, I'm afraid to say it, but I think we're back to Jinx, Aphelios, and Xayah, the snooze fest with the Enchanters. We had our fun. There's a lot of Kalista, a lot of Varus, but we're coming back into crit 80 carries, and we're coming back to front-to-back 20-minute team fights between these guys.
Yeah. So I'm not that big of a fan of it, mostly because I can't play Aphelios to save my life. But it is really fun to watch in the hands of a very talented player. Even if there's a couple of things that happen, you're like, man, really? Is this really happening? We are seeing Milio and Vi get picked up on the other side, so I like both of these picks in the support role. I like the Vi pickup here as well. We talked about it earlier and how useful it can be. This does give the opportunity for the Niners to ban out some of these strong mid lane combinations that come through with Vi. And we do see that Lee Sin as well. So these teams have clearly been watching high-level play, as they are pretty high-level players themselves, and taking a page out of their books.
Yeah, Silence being taken away here. You expect the Ahri or the Talia being banned out as well, but a solid 1 through 3 for both of these guys. Locking in support, locking in jungle. I like the lockdown coming out from the Tigers here. Vi plus Jinx guarantees or nearly guarantees the reset. Stacking the Milio on top allows them to abuse the rocket range even more when you throw the Cozy Campfire on. So this composition is going to be very hard to reach. And I know the Lee Sin is shifty, he can move around, but I feel like you need some guaranteed lockdown for this Jinx here. It almost feels akin to Azaria, where if you can't lock her down, she's just going to fire away with lethal tempo and eventually get the reset and keep going.
Yeah, and one of the things I question here is the Talia ban from RIT. I know that they're not going to be picking first out of the second half of the draft, but I didn't think Talia would be that fantastic on the Niners team, and that left the door wide open for Ahri to get picked up.
Yeah, banning that Talia away preemptively, like you mentioned, leaves Ahri open. Maybe there's an Annie angle for RIT here, right? Like maybe they can lock that in.
I like this
Nico
too.
as well. A champion that me and you feel like has not seen a lot of presence recently, right? In tier 2 and higher level play. It feels like everybody and their mom was playing Nico Nocturne, Nico whatever, and then it just kind of fell in priorities. We do see the Zac coming in. That's going to go into the top side. And that champion, my friend, is still very, very good. High base damages, can get onto anybody, right? The Aphelios, the Lulu, and we're going to see that Olaf counter pick potentially coming in here. I like this composition from RIT, right? Big enough lockdown, a lot of CC, 1 kill, and the party gets started for Jinx.
Yeah, and Jinx is going to have plenty of space to be able to work with, right? Because of the sack, because of the spy. Nico ultimate. You know how much space that creates? A lot of space, my friend. You ever see a Nico ultimate before in your life? Like, it's just going to be a fantastic time here for Arkezis as we have made it on to Summoner's Rift here. Should be game 1 in this best of 3 series between RIT and Niner Esports. Remember, the winner will be moving on to the finals.
Yeah, a lot to play for here for both of these teams. And it's funny, right, that we set up the thing of like, oh, Haxor is going to be the big carry. He's going to get a really lane dominant matchup. He's going to look to put on the carry pants. But it's actually Arkezis and Zetas here getting the arguably favorable matchup with the Jinx and the Milio. And you look on the side of the Niners, they're running the Aphelios Lulu, who eventually will become a threat later on, obviously, because of the nature of their champions. So it's kind of funny that they kind of took the backseat and they said, you know what? We'll do good regardless. Just focus that mid lane, that mid 2v2 here. The Ahri Lee Sin, very, very strong. I would argue beats out Vi Nico pretty easily, as long as your mechanics are on point.
Yep, that is really the name of AD carry, right? Your mechanics need to be on point and good to go. Haxor is going to find that his passive might get popped here. He will be forced to flash. I think that's why he's being able to retain that passive. It is a little hard at times to be able to actually close out a kill on Zac. But with the top side that the Niners have, maybe it'll be a little easier.
We should see a splitting of the jungle right now. If Maxander's smart, he will just start to split. And yeah, there's Ryuki just... Haxor?
Yeah, Haxor's in a lot of trouble here with the Ghost. That means this... Oh, I like this little setup here. This is so smart. Look at this, man. This dude's a genius. It's going to be first blood picked up for the substitute coming in. That is Ryuki.
And the big thing with Zac is that he can trade super early because he has the blobs. He has the ability, and yeah, not Ryuki, Mare 4 or Mare and that Olaf loves to do that, right? Wants to trade with you. You want to scrap level 1 Undertow plus my passive? Yeah, I'm down to fight anytime, anywhere. And that last R5 counterpick coming into the Zac, Haxor has lost his flash, he's lost his passive, his ignite. He's lost all ability to get any priority in this lane, which is what Zacs want to do. They want to scrap and they want to get lane priority. He can't do that anymore.
No, he is, Zac just has completely lost hope up in the top side. Meanwhile, Personify of Red certainly putting down some damage. There was a heal burnt down there, but Hockey is in a little bit of trouble here. Can't dodge out the charm, can't dodge out the Lee Sin Q. That root's not going to help you too much. Meanwhile, the bottom side, we are seeing a trade of kills. AD carries down, but Maxander is here to clean up. He's looking for the cream soda in his sights. You just got to pay for it at the register. Oh! He will be forced to flash fish out of the spare change from his pocket. He will be able to buy that cream soda and drink it and enjoy it.
Take a penny, give a penny, right? It's like one of those things, like short ascent.
I've used them before.
Maxander picking up 2 big kills, right? Both bottom laners, like you said, going down here. None of the AD carries actually picked up the kills. So a positive trade for RIT here. Maxander 2 kills on the Vi. Should be able to scrap with the Lee Sin if they find each other. Very well played. But so far, the Niners have been doing pretty solid, right? Mid 2v2, getting the flash out of Hockey and picking up the kill there puts a lot of pressure on this Nico. She can't play as far pushed up anymore, and Mare is just putting in the work right now into Haxor. Like, well, I don't really know what he can do.
Yeah, he's the Mare of top lane right now, and is certainly causing a lot of problems for our friend Zac. Flash burnt. He's going to have to full commit for this. Maxander is here to try to avenge his fallen top lane friend, but even Maxander knows that there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, you don't fight an Olaf. Half health 25% health Olaf? No, you don't go for that ever, right? Unless it's guaranteed it doesn't have some of his abilities up, because that guy just gets, it feels like he just gets stronger and stronger the lower his health goes. True berserker faction here. And right now, Haxor having a rough time, right? Has to play the tank, has to play something more facilitating in these team fights. And this Olaf just coming in big here. Mare doing a damn good job right now, keeping one of the big win conditions that we talked about under wraps for RIT.
Yeah, and also becoming a win condition himself. We know what a really fed Olaf can do in the mid game, showing up to like top grubs or something like that. Obviously, he's not going to get that opportunity right now, as Maxander is wisely going to take those while the top laner is away. The jungler not in position either. So for RIT, you're at least getting something here, but Breezy Bay has decided, you know what, maybe this is happening. Dunlop has a move here, which means Maxander will only get one.
Yeah, you're probably looking to trade just 2 for 4 here if you're RIT. The split push, not that effective as we flash over the gold. And the thing that draws to my eyes is Mare, a cool 1,000 gold over his counterpart right now. Absolutely dominating that top lane matchup. The rest is looking relatively even. It's manageable for the rest of the guys here.
It's
a lot of that gold lead. It's a 2-level difference and 1,000 gold, right? A lot of that sequestered onto the Niners top laner here. And why not?
Yeah, Haxor had as much gold as cream soda for a very short time. That is not what you would like to see out of your solo laner. You know, obviously less than 6 minutes into the game, but it gives you a little bit of an indication of how things are going, right?
And Haxor just trying to scrap together as much CS as he can possible, right? 2 deaths will do it to you. No TP available as well, right? Took the Ignite, expecting to try to win this lane and outvalue the Olaf, but that early trade, that early flash being used into the level 1 scrap just kind of sealed his fate there. And both junglers are going to hover down into this bottom side. We talked about how important it is. Jinx getting the leg up in this matchup is so important because you can start resetting. You have more effective team fight power come later on as Maxander out in the mid lane.
Yeah, you know, this Sneeko ultimate's not going to help you when Olaf is Ragnarok in the house.
Yeah, invulnerable, unCCable. He would love to be in your face there. And Hockey ganked by Breezy Bay, ganked by Mare. Pretty soon he'll be ganked by Red, and Cream Soda is now a 1v1 in the top side.
Oh, Haxor is winning this 1v1 for right now. The shield is not enough. Haxor will claim that large shutdown. That's why he fed the first 2 kills. It was so he could claim the shutdown later.
Big brain, getting more gold later on. That Ignite doing wonders. We talked about what it could do if he was able to actually lane properly level 1, and you see the power, right? Doesn't matter how much lifesteal you have, Zach will always get more, right? As long as he's playing around the blobs here. And so Mare, unfortunately, does fall down after that nice roam into the mid lane. I mean, Hockey, oh my lord!
Another nice move here. Hockey might be able to find a way out. Will be able to dodge out on the charm, stay alive. It burns the flash of Breezy Bay. So, you know, again, it's a flash for flash.
I think Flash's uptime for Hockey has been a minute, maybe less than that. Yeah.
Uptime, you say? Are you sure it's been up? It feels like it's been down all game.
Yeah. It's only been up for a minute total in this whole game. It's been burned every single time, right? Breezy Bay originally came in at around 2.5 minutes, got the gank off, and then right when it comes back up, Hockey again has to burn the flash. Like, this guy is playing with teleport only, it feels like.
Yeah, and when you're only playing with one summoner, it doesn't feel that great. Just ask Haxor earlier on without the Ignite. Another 1v1 going down as Mare is just not afraid of the giant green blob, as he can just hit him up for quite some time. Haxor is just taking more and more damage, Shibby.
Yeah, the big thing about this matchup is that Undertow allows you to safely trade into the Zac, right? You start with the Undertow, you pick it back up, you rotate your abilities, and you keep undertowing him. It's hard for Zac to kind of use his range, use his Q, his W to get in on you if you're kind of, you know, poking him out, let's say, with that ability. And so Maxander is going to try to fancy himself a lane gank, although they're going to spot it out, I believe. They know he's there. I'm pretty sure I saw a red ward on the bottom side.
Yep. You can see it right there on your mini-map. You see the pings going out as well. And up on the top side, once again, we do the dance, but Haxor is just far too strong. Look at his components. He's got a Bramble Vest and And, you know, he's got his little fire. He's just burning everybody. It's a good time up there. Breezy Bay is going to try to take the challenge next here. The turret shots are certainly helping out. The kick, will he be able to try to find a way to get away? He dodges out on the Q. The ward hop does mean that the blobs will get
I think he'll
triggered
he'll get
here.
out.
Will he be able to kill him? It looks like he gets back up here. He just needs to dodge out on like one more Q. He flashes. Can he turn this fight? He's got plenty of minions. Haxor might be able to turn this. 1 second here, lanes the Q.
Oh!
Haxor! Holy moly!
The great green glob of hope in the top side. Haxor, he may be down. He may lose a couple 1v1s, but he's never quite out. Showing the power of Zach here from 0-2 to 3-2. What a better comeback story in the top side for him, right?
Oh, no, yeah. Listen, I've heard and watched some great comeback stories in my time, but Haxor is on another level. Max Ander is up here, too, to try to help him out. Ragnarok is not available for Olaf, which means he's just caught here. He's in so much trouble. Zach is just ridiculously strong for what he brings to the table. Almost able to kill the jolly pink giant here, but Max Ander will be able to close out on that kill.
Yeah, Prince Bubblegum in the top lane. Haxor just
Prince
putting in
Bubblegum.
work. Prince Bubblegum, he's pink, right? Doing wonders in that top side. And if you look over to the bot lane, Arceus and Zetas are doing their job, right? They're comfortably up in CS, just about 20 here for themselves. They've been managing that bottom side, and the gold has evened up. It was 1,000 gold lead for the Niners not too long ago, and now we see RIT in the lead, and they're still holding on to a lot of the good, you know, pieces on their team, right? Hockey, Arceus, these kind of guys will still be relevant, right? Later on in these fights. Nico Ultimate is still going to be something you have to play around. It's going to lock you down. It's going to keep you in place. And this Jinx is just going to be able to reset. The big thing here for me is how do the Niners get onto this Jinx come these team fights, right? Flash Ghost is available. You've also got the Milio in tow. I think it's going to be a tough task for the Niners.
Oh, for sure. I think Haxor's going to come in and cause a lot of problems too. I mean, look at what he's building. Look at the champions on the side of the Niners. He's going to be nigh unkillable. Ragnarok available this time. It's going to get used. Teleport coming in, but it's a match teleport here from Hockey. Dunlop is going to get here first and be able to pick up the first kill. Hockey is here as Olaf will finally go down, but now a new challenger approaches. Double root goes down, but a great Lee Sin kick flashing back in as Hockey. He couldn't kill anybody, but Haxor is so hard to kill. That being said, Dunlop has a lot of magic damage, but if you miss a charm, I don't think you're going to be able to close out on a kill.
Ooh, a top lane skirmish of the ages. These guys, Dunlop hits the
Haxor?
charm.
Wait!
Oh, the ward!
Yo, you can do that?
Yeah! Yeah! Hey, I can tell you don't play Zach.
I don't play Zach, bro. You've seen my champion pool. That's crazy.
Hold him with the control ward here. Way to use your environment, Haxor, flexing his muscles and his knowledge onto the Zach here. As Maxander is just here to clear out that bottom side, although this Aphelios has hit the Kraken Slayer for himself. I have yet to see this Lulu Aphelios in a team fight, so I'm having my reservations. Yeah, Haxor can jump onto the Aphelios. You have ways down, but if he's fighting with red and white, it could be rough. Get what I asked for here, 3v4.
Yeah, you are going to get what you asked for. A couple of flashes burnt here. Actually, it was just Aphelios' flash and a Dragon Secure for RIT. The Rochester Institute of Dark Technology, because look at the healing that Haxor puts out, but he ends up getting rocked down, chopped down. As when I thought a fight was going to be won by Haxor, it is instead won by Mare.
Yeah, these two guys just going at it back and forth here. It's funny, right? Haxor lost that fight when he had worse components. With the Sunfire, with the belt, he ends up losing it to the Olaf here. Sundered Sky in hand is, yeah, just Sundered Sky. No, it's not. As we see 4 members of the Niners trying to take down Arceus and Zydus. They know it's a ticking time bomb for this Jinx. They know Breezy Bay's down here. Don't walk up, guys.
I don't know if they did know, and that's a great kick from Breezy Bay. Double knockups. He's going to follow Arceus. Arceus still alive and will stay alive. So a good defense on the dive, but a lot of summoners burnt.
Hockey getting some alone time here. Dunlop did use his roam time and try to pressure bot here. Breezy Bay kind of just relentless with that flash, right? Opting into flash kick almost every single time.
Yeah.
Taking out the Jinx flash here is Maxander. With that knowledge of Breezy Bay in the bot side, is going to opt in for the Rift Herald. But if it gets a little hairy, is he going to go help out his top laner? Mare in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, he's got to try, as looks like he will be able to at least help out some. Cease and desist going to go down. I don't know if the healing's going to be enough, and it won't be. Maxander will claim his 4th kill of the game. This top side for RIT, a lot of money in the pockets right now, but the team is still down 1,000 gold.
Yeah, we talked about it too, right? Haxor is going to have to be that big carry, even on the Zac. He's going to have to initiate some of these team fights to get onto the carries of Red, of Cream Soda, of Dunlop potentially, to try to swing these fights in his favor. He's doing a good job right now, putting a lot of pressure on that top side here. Haxor, a relentless machine right now. 3 members have come to answer him.
Yeah, he is a big nuisance. He even took some of the gold away. They said, I don't know if you wanted to follow that because Zydus is here to help him out. Personality of Red, ready to go. Dunlop teleporting from behind. Hockey, the big knockup, will be able to claim 1. Breezy Bay's a little low, get some shielding. Olaf in the area as well. Still a chance if the Niners want to fight this, but Dunlop is on the wrong side of the tracks right now. Does have that Spirit Rush available, does have Flash too. Trying to get some poke damage out, but he's going to have to try to link up with his team soon. Spirit Rush, he gets caught anyway. Flash burnt as well. He gets pulled back in. Only 1 man gets rooted, but Breezy Bay on the side was all alone and he goes down. They managed to kill Haxor, but the Cell division means that he's still alive for a little bit longer. The question is, can they protect the Zac? Ragnarok getting popped. Zac goes down. Next target, Maxander, he flashes away, but this Olaf is lumbering forward. He cannot land a second axe. He gets knocked back and rooted. That means nothing more for the Niners.
You saw the potential of the Niners team fight there, right? With the Lulu, with the Olaf, it can be really tough to stop him. Red is just going to pick up that mid lane, as we saw Arkeezus on that bottom side pick up the tier 1. So a trade of tier 1 turrets here, a trade of CS. But so far, RIT in the lead right now. 1,000 gold separates these two teams. It hasn't gotten higher than that. Both of these teams neck and neck so far in game 1, putting their eggs in different baskets, let's say. Dunlop, 2 kills to his name, 3 assists, has been roaming around the map trying to help everybody out. But RIT, they've got a game plan. It's topside, topside, topside. Feed Haxor the machine, and he will win us the game. Everybody else just has to follow up. And you saw how easy Hockey's job was once some of the, initial CC lands. He comes in over the top with that supplementary Pop Blossom and just guarantees the kill onto the Niners.
Yeah, and that's just what the least impactful one probably. The most impactful ones are going to be the ones that are going to be, starting the fights or knocking out multiple members. So, I mean, if your upside on a Pop Blossom is, hey, we are making sure that this is a winnable fight to start off the jump, you are absolutely doing your job. So credit to Hockey, who had a really tough early game. As we are doing this one more time, I can never tell if it's just going to be a wet noodle fight or if they're actually going to commit, but it looks like they are going to commit here. Mare going to try to chase him down. Ragnarok gets popped, so no knockups or anything, but I fear that Zac might just do a little too much damage. It was close, but no cigar for the Olaf.
And the thing is, he doesn't have any life, heal cut, no grievous wounds on the side of the Olaf here. So it kind of feels like, how are you going to stop him? Because you're not going to step on the blobs, right? You're not playing that mini game, so you've got to at least reduce the healing if you're just going to go fisticuffs against him. As the Dragon does get started up, Mountain Soul on the menu for both of these guys. Is now Niners.
Oh, Dunlop
potentially
good engage on the side.
Dunlop?
Zydus is very low, and he will go down. Breezy Bay looking for more. Great kick. Arkeezus has nowhere to go. And that will mean the Dragon going over to the Niners.
Yeah, just a split team fight, right? You realize Hockey's not even there. He's pushing bottom side. You, as 3 members of RIT, are trying to contest this Dragon. You have no eyes on Dunlop. You don't know where he is. And the only way Arkeezus dies is if they don't know where the Lee Sin or the RE is, right? If a Charm lands, if a Sonic Resonance lands, and he gets the Flash Kick on, that's how you die there. So marking these two members for RIT is going to be the most important thing come this mid-game, because if they don't know where they are, they're going to die here as a team fight breaks out in the mid lane.
Pop Blossom will catch two, but not Personify or Red. Super Mega Death Rocket going to get him low, but the Lee Sin's still alive for right now, but Maxander will see to it that he goes down.
Really well played from Maxander and Hockey, right? A nice Pop Blossom, good cease and desist like you mentioned, and RIT still looking for plays, not giving up after they lose a couple members here. I like that. You've got to respond play for play. You can't let the Niners get off more than a couple moves here. If they use it on the Dragon, they have to reset. If they don't, you punish them, and really well played from both of these teams. I like how they're moving across the map and using their specific champions in their best scenarios, right? In the corridors for the Niners. For RIT, it's big open team fights, right? In the mid lane, getting max Pop Blossom value. I think both of these guys have solid win conditions and identities. It's just who can execute when and where.
Yeah, and you talked about just now the open fights that have been working for the side of RIT. But remember, these close quarters fights are going to work really well for them too, provided that Hockey and Haxor can just pop off in the jungle and provide room for Arkeezus. It's a little bit easier for their composition in open space, just so the Jinx can stay alive and get out damage. But, even in close combat, this will still be very good for RIT. So they've built themselves a nice little lead. It feels like there's a lot of favorable conditions that they have. They just need to play to them. As this Olaf that was running the early game is 2 levels down, Shibby.
Yeah, having a bit of a rough time, right? The constant trading and 6 deaths will do that to you. You're off the map a little longer. You're not allowed to pick up minions here. And Haxor, rough early game, but has managed to kind of crawl his way back and bash his way through into this mid game. And I've yet to see him participate in a full 5v5, right? He's had these skirmishes. He's been in some of these like 2v3s or 4v3s and stuff like that. But a solid front-to-back team fight for RIT could just seal the deal against the Niners here. Haxor is such a big threat, and if Red doesn't have Flash, I'm sure he's just dead on the spot.
Yeah, Haxor has just been Oobleck this game. You know what Oobleck is? So hold that thought as they're going to get a full engagement onto this Aphelios, and that's why you never face check as an AD carry.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little confused what he was doing. There has to be the Lee Sin or the Olaf here is with that kill, and Haxor's going to go back in.
Yeah, but Dunlop has free reign to any of the 2 carries. Hockey is going to miss the Pop Blossom completely, but Haxor on the backside meant that Dunlop has to peel back. Decision paralysis on the front side. Will they be able to take down the Olaf? They will, but he will be able to get a kill for it. Dunlop the last one standing for right now because Haxor just 1v3'd on this backline.
And gets out practically unscathed, right? The man's half health. He's still got a good median amount of health there, right? 2,000 probably at that mark there, and he's doing a damn good job 1v3ing, zoning the backline. Hockey missed Pop Blossom, and they still won that fight. He banged his head against the side wall, and they're still able to win that fight. Niners are not looking in good shape right now. I told you the gold lead was only about 1,000 separating these two teams up until the 18-minute mark. If you look over again, it's nearly 3,000, and it's getting worse for the Niners here. Red has just not been allowed to participate in any of these team fights.
He hasn't, and I think a lot of it has been a positioning issue, right? There have been a lot of times like that fight especially where he's the first one to go down. You need to be very careful on a champion like Aphelios, and that is the pitfalls of not pairing Aphelios with a champion like Thresh. Remember, Aphelios Thresh was one of the most popular combos for a long time, and for good reason. You could get Aphelios out of danger. Lulu, not necessarily as good at it, right? Like you can still... You dump a lot of your abilities into Aphelios to make him tough to kill. That doesn't necessarily get him out.
Yeah, it's not a get out of jail free card, right? It's not. It's like a tunnel that you dig underneath, and you're finally able to go through, and maybe, just maybe, you'll see the light and escape prison here. But right now, RIT are going to start up this Baron, and let's see if the Niners can respond right now, because they have no clue it's happening. They've been able to dodge out that scuttle crab vision.
Yeah, and look at what RIT's doing. They're in the bot lane because they're like, this Olaf is the threat. finally some pings are going down, but this means it's going to be Haxor, Arkezis, and Zydus trying to cause some problems. No smite available. Supermarket Death Rocket going to land on a Dunlop, who's got to get out of there. This Baron is low and secured by the red side. Personality of Red is full HP, but not for long. He's got to flash away from his team, trying to dump all his damage into Arkezis in a 3v1, but he gets pulled back and can't get more and will go down. But if you are the Niners, you're screaming worth in all chat.
Of course, one member goes down for 4 Barons, especially onto that Olaf, who's now going to be pushing down these side lanes. The best thing RIT can do right now is pick up this Dragon, but that's not even going to put them close to Soul Point, right? It's going to put them on second Dragon. It's a long ways away for Mountain Soul here. Very shrewd and crafty play from the Niners to dodge out the vision of the Scuttle Crab to give RIT a false sense of security around the Baron, and they execute. They lose one, but in reality, they've nearly evened up the gold lead, and they've taken Baron off the map for 5 minutes. That's a double win in my book.
Yeah, big dubs in the chat for the Niners here, as doesn't matter what the kills are at, as the team is scratching and clawing their way back. Felios now on 2 items. Dunlop is a little strong too. I'm surprised that he didn't go into Horizon Focus. Could be a little bit stronger. Looking to make a play, getting into turret range here, missing the charm. Burning the ultimate, forces the TP out of Hockey, but doesn't get much more for it.
Yeah, I think the Leandries is just for that HP shred. Both Vi and Zach stacking a lot of that with the Cleaver, the Sundered Sky. I'm assuming this is going to go for a Sterax gauge, and obviously Zach, ton of HP. Being able to burn that away, a little bit more valuable. Looks like he's going to opt in for the Crypt Bloom as the 3rd item here. So this Dunlop's actually quite hard to kill now, right? With the HP, with the ability power, he's not the easiest person to pick off, so you can't just throw a Vi ultimate onto Dunlop and hope to kill him. The itemization is very good for him so far. We'll see how it works out in these 5v5 team fights, but Niners are not really giving them that, right? You see RIT roaming as a 5-man kill squad, looking for someone to be out of position, looking for a team fight. Niners are just not giving it to them, and I really like this play.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to continue to play keep away while also try and get these picks, right? Because this is where they excel, right? When they can make quick plays. You saw they were able to make quick plays earlier in the game. So, this Lee Sin was doing a whole lot to try to sequester some members off, get these kicks. But as the game has progressed, as you mentioned, RIT grouping up a lot more makes this far more difficult. This does mean that Niner Esports, they haven't actually been able to do much with their Baron. You'll take a stall Baron, sure, but they're still struggling to try to get this mid-turn.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Like we said, it's that Baron that kind of just takes it off the map. I didn't think they were going to be able to do too much, especially with how far the engage range is for RIT, right? Flash, Assault and Battery. You've got, obviously, the Elastic Jump coming out from Zach here, who can hit you from a screen away. It's kind of difficult to commit to these kind of more inner turrets or these mid lane turrets because of where these guys can be placed and how instantly they can engage on you. They have to kind of play scared like this. If they don't know where Zach is, if they don't have vision of an area, if it's dark or anything like that, or they don't know where Vi is, you kind of have to play super safe, and that's just what you have to do.
I wouldn't quite call it a Baron power play, but Niner Esports did get that mid turret out of it. They secured a Dragon out of it. It wasn't a bad Baron at all. It just wasn't, it wasn't the NECC Baron power play, right? It was trying to think of a good synonym.
It was a mild power play. It was a mild Baron. It was
I wouldn't call it mild, but you know how you've got the 3 different levels of sauces at Taco Bell? It's like the mild, the hot, and the Diablo. This was probably mild, but you put a couple of drops of hot in there and mixed it up because you were feeling spicy that day. As this Olaf is starting to feel a little spicy as Haxor gets taken very low. And there's that Executioner's calling in the inventory for Mare.
Yeah, a little late, but finally in there. Experimental Hexplate built as well. As Olaf, R plus Ghost, he's going to be running at your Jinx Mach speed. It's kind of rough to get away from him. Thresh would have been really good on either of these sides as Haxor is going to pick up the bubblegum on the bottom. Let's see if he can actually do some work. Look how much HP he gets off those blobs, though. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is just so much, right? It is ridiculous. Is Hockey in a little bit of trouble here? Does land the Pop Blossom onto the Yari. Here comes Max to help out a little bit. great stasis there. Breezy Bay will be able to at least close out on the kill, and now it's a 1v1 of the junglers, but it won't be a 1v1 for too long, as the bot lane of Niner Esports is going to get there first, but Arkeezus and Zydus are also quite close. We'll see if they can turn this around. Instead, it ends up just being a 1-for-1.
Big cooldowns blown for both of these guys. No Dragon Rage, no Assault and Battery, so they're maybe hoping that they can pick up a kill. But with Arkeezus and Zydus right on the tails of Red and Cream Soda, that play ends up a 1-for-1, but really well played from Hockey, right? Turning in onto Dunlop, getting as much damage as he can down, and stasising so that he can't get another dash over to escape from Maxander there. Very well played from both of these guys. And right now, we're back to less than 1,000 gold separating these teams, and we have still yet to see a 5v5 team fight from these guys.
Yeah, we haven't seen either of these teams break. They've been bent back into shape at times. Keep in mind, as they're congregating around the dragon, that teleports are coming in. Hockey isn't going to get too much distance out of it if he gets there. Remember, he's got no flash available. Neither does Breezy Bay, but Dunlop does.
Good Dunlop.
An extra dash on the Spirit Rush if you want it. He's hanging out on the side. Jinx is going to go get the mid-wave push in. Dragon down to about 7,000 HP. Dunlop has been spotted. CFI is going to go in. Maxander looking deep is going to force the flash out, but here comes the ultimates. It's stolen away by Maxander, but Lee Sin goes down. Olaf, a little tanky, but he's starting to fall, and he goes down next.
Jesus!
Dunlop couldn't do anything on the backside. It's a 3v2 for right now. Red has red and green guns, but Haxer with a good flash, and Maxander gets on top of him, and RIT will be the first ones to win a convincing fight here. A straight-up 5v5 goes 5 for 2 plus the Dragon.
And they're going to turn their tail towards the Baron right now. Big death timers on the side of the Niners here. And Arkeezus played that fight the best you could, right? Flashed over the wall. If you can't see the Olaf, put literal unpassable terrain between you and start DPSing him down. Huge play from Arkeezus there. But I mean, Haxer and Maxander doing a fantastic job just kind of stuffing up the back line, right? Like a clogged nose, like a stuffy when you wake up in the morning. You can't really deal with them. It's hard to kind of get out of bed in the same way the Niners back line couldn't get out of that team fight.
Yeah, listen, early on in the game, listen, you had the Vicks Vapor Rub and everything. You were breathing good, and then it wore off. And the first nostril, Maxander, clogged you up. And then Haxer, the second nostril has fallen. And now it's just over. You got to call out of work. You're having a bad day. They were trying to fight through this. We're the Niners, but they got to go to their local drugstore, and they got to get this medicine quick, because they need to find an answer. They have no answer for the stuffy nose known as Haxer and Maxander.
The terrible duo, the twosome of pain here is RIT's topside, just making Red's life a living hell here. And like you mentioned, a Thresh would have been really good, right? Oh, you see the Zac coming in? Let me Lantern, let me get out of there. The Lulu just not able to cut it. You can make him hard to kill, but you can't get him out of dodge here. And
yeah,
big thing as well, the Baron
they're Delulu.
taken. They're Delulu. Yeah, they are the little Delulu here. They're on Soul Point as well. 2.5 more minutes. Another Mountain Dragon will pop up, and that'll be Mountain Soul for RIT here. Let's see if these guys can use the Baron a little bit better than the Niners. They're able to get that mid-tier 2 down. Can they crack open the big part of the base, the inhibitor turrets here?
They've got good wards. Zydus is going to be the one targeted, but it's
Haxer's not here.
Arkeezus is just fine. Hockey goes down. Arkeezus is all alone right now. Zydus is trying to help him out. Olaf is coming too. This means that this Melio is forced to flash, but he gets rooted. Here comes Haxer trying to do some more, but Ragnarok gets popped, and Zydus is going to go down next. No! Oh, man! The Ragnarok wore off. It forced the flash out of Breezy Bay. But this does mean that the Niners were able to pick up 2 with only investing a flash.
The Niners got the Mucinex.
Breezy, don't
they were ready. Breezy is not going to be able to take that blue buff away, but a big team fight win. Using the numbers advantage, right? Using the ability to collapse. The mobility on the side of Niners does not allow RIT to be safe here, as they're going to fancy themselves a 3v5.
Personify is not allowed to be safe. You thought the Tussin was working, but unfortunately, it takes a little while to kick in. We'll see if RIT can change this around here, able to maybe get a little bit more. Dunlop is not in the area. Hacks are just trying to look for more. Cease and desist is going to be available soon, but Ragnarok is available once again. Teleport coming in from Hockey, who's going to try to target the Lulu on the backside. They managed to take him out, but it's a 3v3 right now. Hockey completely cut off, trying to use the clone to some trickery, but gets taken down all the same as RIT are beginning to fall apart, Shibby.
The moment Jinx goes down, this team composition doesn't function anymore. You have a front line for who? For what? Hockey can't do the damages. Breezy Bay's going to land the Sonic Resonance. They're chasing this man to the ends of the earth.
Are they going to be able to get him is the question, but he flings himself just a little too far over the wall. And Shibby, this is a great game, man. This is a very back and forth contest here that highlighted both what we both talked about in the early game and in the draft. How good was this top lane jungle duo from RIT going to be? They are putting in so much work. Does Niner Esports have an answer? And they've shown that through superior team play, they have a fine enough answer to be able to potentially win a game from a spot that didn't look so good earlier.
Yeah, they're navigating these team fights perfectly, right? They're waiting for the engage of Haxor and Maxander to go out. And the thing is, Hockey goes in, and it's really just Zydus and Arkezis on the back line. You've got Lee Sin, you've got Olaf, you've got Ari, all diving that back line, and they do a lot more damage than these guys. As a potential pick comes in.
Maxander off on the side. Dunlop's gone golden. Breezy Bay's going to kick the Melio. Melio's still alive for right now. Hockey with a huge pop blossom on the backside is going to force everybody off. They will be able to take out the Olaf 3v3. Maxander and Arkezis. Just Arkezis isn't there right now as Haxor is just going super deep. Maxander's able to pick up one. Can Maxander get any more? Maxander gets a double kill. Cream Soda forced to flash away as he just wants to kill Cream Soda here. He's just continuing to try and chase him down.
Look at mid.
Be damned. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Arkezis is doing Jinx things and knocking down the middle inhibitor. And guess what?
They can end.
They can't end the game. That dragon is still available, but they are going to try to end. The death timers are long. Cream Soda has to try to stop a 3v1 against some of the most fed members of the team. And Cream Soda gets shattered on the ground. RIT will finally be able to end game one after a forceful fight and a fantastic one out of Hockey, the mid laner.
36-minute slugfest, back and forth, trading blows. The Niners and RIT absolutely just giving us one hell of a game one. But in the end, Hockey coming up big. 3-man pop blossom to kind of stop the Niners charge here. And that allowed the rest of the team to focus down Mare, to focus down Dunlop. And once the reset started going, Arkezis just started tearing through the rest of the team. Mind you, Haxor leading the charge on the Zac, fearless on that champion, understanding that champ to its limits there. Very well play from RIT to take a 1-0 lead in this best of three. Niners backs against the wall, Yanni. Can they do it? Can they come up with something a little bit more crafty?
It's going to be pretty difficult because, again, that top side, you need to deal with it. It's so difficult. Haxor and Maxander just popped off this game, and Niner Esports is going to have a better answer, an earlier answer, perhaps something in their champion pools, hopefully able to get the job done. But as you said, it was a slugfest. I felt like I was watching people on ice dropping gloves because in that last fight, it was the Hockey game, my friend. We're going to take a very short break, and when we return, we'll be back with this series. What could be the final game of the series? We'll give you the Game 2 draft between RIT Orange and Niner Esports. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC Champions League playoffs. Shibby, we saw a really awesome game between RIT and Niner Esports that, honestly, for the longest time, I had no idea who was going to win. And it felt like that dragon fight was what gave RIT the slight lead. And then the second dragon fight, they absolutely put it away with a fantastic pop blossom out of Hockey, who Pop Blossoms, they were fine earlier on in the game. You really need to see them at the big one, and they came up huge.
Yeah, I forget about all the other Pop Blossoms if you hit the big one, right? Like, it doesn't matter the ones you bump your head on the wall or you get
Bonk.
one or you miss the flash, right? If you hit the 3-man that ends the fight, that's what everybody's going to remember. Really well played from Hockey there after having a kind of rough early game, right? Got ganked by the Lee Sin, ganked by the Olaf, both Mare and Breezy Bay, just paying him a visit and trying to get their mid laner ahead here. And the Ahri was in a position to kind of do work. You saw in those more open kind of team fights where the mobility of this Niners team, right? The Olaf, the Lee Sin, the Ahri, were able to get onto the Jinx very, very quickly and was able to neutralize her. But the moment she had double sums up, the moment the space was created with the Olaf, or with the Zac and the Vi, that's where things really started to become RIT sided there. Once that first reset comes in, it can be really rough to win a team fight here. And fortunately, Red and Cream Soda just didn't have the game that we expected them to have.
Yeah, honestly, Red had a couple of positional miscues, and that really did him in. It just felt like in every single fight, he was just not in a great position to get things done. You remember the Baron fight where he flashes deeper into the team and has to try to get the one kill. I mean, that makes later fights harder, not having a flash on Aphelios when you don't have a champion that can bail you out as well as some others. So we'll see what the teams do here. So we are into the second draft, and once again, we are seeing Aurelia take it off the table first.
Yeah, for RIT, they don't really have to fix anything if it's not broken, right? They can kind of do the same drafts. Maybe they want to remove the Olaf. They think it's a little too good in the hands of Mare there. Haxor was able to navigate that lane after a little bit. Like I said, I kind of got off to a bad start because of the flash being blown, because of them being super low on health and not really able to do Zac things. But eventually, you became this big tank that does a ton of damage, that's able to CC you out. I don't expect RIT to really kind of stray away from that composition, right? Get a scaling bot laner, put some tanks in front of them, create the space, and just team fight. As you saw, eventually they'll hit those nice 5v5 team fights where they just kind of decimate the Niners.
Yeah, and they're going to have to do it on a champion other than Zac. At least Haxor is not going to have this option available to him. To be your favorite, the trauma ban. I would be banning that too. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually took out Vi as well, made Max Ander play something else, because Max Ander was doing a lot pre-6, right? Everybody knows that Vi hits level 6, boom, gang timer on every single ultimate, but Max Ander was actually providing quite a bit more, in between ult timers, before level 6. So I'm interested to see if we're going to see this pick come through for RIT, because they still didn't even play that strong of a mid-jungle duo with it. You're going to see them go back to the Jinx, though. It's a good move for Arkezis, as Arkezis was playing fairly well in what were really difficult to play through conditions.
Yeah, you mentioned the mid-jungle duo not being too good for Max and Hockey there. I mean, it was kind of designated for those later game team fights. The 2v2 was never going to beat the Lee Sin Ahri, right? That high damage 2v2 mid laner here. But Niners are going to go with something a little bit different here. They're actually going to take a bit of a page out of RIT. And I was kind of hoping for the Luden's Kai'Sa build that we were going to see. But with the Vi being locked in, this kind of looks like dive-orientated Kai'Sa, which is still good. But who are you going to dive here if they get like a Thresh in their hands or they play Poppy, that kind of stuff? Big champion still on the board for RIT to deny this very early commitment to dive here. Xin Zhao's pretty good too, right? Crescent Guard negates a lot of damage.
Yeah, Xin Zhao is quite good into this composition. And I'm interested to see what the Niners are going to pull out here, because, Vi Talia, really strong combo. We are going to see Poppy come through here. So it does make life harder for Haxer and Maxander, and it does mean that RIT would have to heavily adjust their strategy if they wanted to go for more dashes. So I like that pick coming through here, but I don't think it's at its most effective quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see it does deny a lot of those dash champions, right? So you can't go like Zin Ari potentially, those things. Even the Azir, right? Zin Azir is popular combo, one of the most popular ones in all across Pro League. That it denies that shuffle, it denies the dash in. Poppy is one of those champions that has innate power in the draft just by being picked, but also can deny a lot of the roster unless you're comfortable taking dash champions into it, which can be kind of rough. If you overcommit, then you just kind of stall your team out. Yeah, it just sucks being grounded.
Let's be frank, sucks. It's stinky. RIT, they do have a good angle for Talia here, I think. Obviously you don't get that much value out of the Kai'Sa, but you can really make life hard for this Vi. You can make life hard for this Poppy at times too. We will see the Ari get taken away as the last ban. We are going to see Azir come in here for the side of the Niners. A couple of decent answers to Azir. If they want to go lane focused, there's always way. I think Shibi may have died. Talia will be the lock in here for the side of RIT, as I predicted. Oh, is he back? He is not back. Shibi is just gone for good, unfortunately. Anyway, I am a total genius here. This is why you should be listening to me and not Shibi. I know how draft works. This is a good pickup here for RIT. I see Shibi. I believe he's finally back. Shibi, what do you think of what has gone on here and the picks that we've seen come out for RIT?
I mean, the Bard is kind of cool if that's the...
Ootay!
Yeah, Ootay! Cream Soda on the Bard. I mean, a big pickup, right, for them. Because the Jinx and Tahm Kench, if you eat the Jinx or you eat any of the members, you just throw the Bard ultimate onto them, and now they're stuck in place for the rest of your team to get into position to do DPS here. Good call out on the Talia. I like the fact that you can kind of split up this team, but Bard kind of negates all that. Oh, you threw a wall down? Let's just portal through and let's keep the fight going here. A lot of the damage rests onto this Jinx's shoulders once again here. It's going to have a lot rougher time navigating these team fights. The Vi, the Azir, the Poppy, these are all champions that can get onto you lickety-split.
Yes, they can, my friend. We are back on to Summoner's Rift Game 2 here between RIT and Niners Esports. RIT still on the blue side here, so it looks like Niners elected to go for red side. We're starting to see a lot of teams do that just because of the power that you can get in your first two picks. And, it does mean that you are banking on your draft to give you a huge leg up here. And I do like the draft that's come out here for Niner Esports. But this is a Poppy top, keep that in mind. So quite a bit weaker, and Haxer shouldn't have many problems in this lane.
Yeah, he should be fine, right? He does relatively well into the Poppy. I feel like Aatrox, one of those champions that just kind of has a solid laning phase, especially with the lethality Aatrox that we've been seeing that rush like Eclipse, or some of them go Profane Hydra. It can be kind of rough once he starts getting those flanks onto those big team fights here. Hockey in another facilitator style role with this mid lane was on the Nico in game 1, is on the Talia in game 2, is going to be really pivotal on like getting those shoves, using the wall to roam bot lane, right? Helping his team out, get that lead, because once Arkeeza starts to get going, right? Gets a lead, gets the static shiv rush, or even if he goes Kraken here, he can really start tearing through these team fights. The dive on Niners, though, is rough here. I don't think a Tahm Kench is going to be able to save it.
No, I don't think so either. It's not enough here. You can pick up a priority champion on your side, like Arkeeza, to buy him some more space. And once you get past the initial onslaught, it does get a lot easier, as Haxer could find himself in a little bit of trouble. This Buckler going to do a lot. Flash for flash. Haxer is low, and he will be able to walk it out.
Yeah, a lot of minions,
hit
though.
Level 2 first.
Yep, level 2, flash for flash. Let's see if he can get something down. Has the Umbral dash ready to go, but Poppy with that buckler. You're not playing the minigame, Haxer. You've got to step on the buckler to win these fights.
Come on, you play Zach. You got to know. Although Maxander is in a pretty solid position here. As Poppy Is going to try to push Haxor away, but the chains are going to go down, and Poppy is going to be in trouble. Good shield, but it doesn't matter. First blood over to Haxor.
Aatrox just goading the Poppy here, and TP coming in. Let's see if Breezy Bay looks for something. He's
Breezy
playing
Bay's
with
here.
death.
Yeah, they know that Maxander is still in the area, but remember, Breezy Bay's level 3. Good interrupt there, and that's going to be another kill for the top side of RIT.
Oh, and that destroys Breezy's game, because if you take tab really quickly, if you're Maxander, you'll see he only picked up 12 CS. He only has 3 camps. He's got a whole bot side ready to pillage potentially here, but Maxander picks up that kill, is going to go back to dutifully farming himself here, and Haxor, a nice chain of not chain of corruption, umbral chain.
Infernal chains,
but
right?
Infernal chain, there we go. Breezy Bay, though, not giving the respect it deserves. He should have just flashed out immediately or channeled the Q earlier. I feel like he was getting a little greedy with his abilities there.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with, Poppy had just teleported back, was full HP, Haxor was a little low, Maxander was still level 2. Maybe you think that you can do something there, but you are staring down at Aatrox and a Xin Zhao, and despite the fact that they didn't have items at the time, they still deal plenty of base damage, and you're not exactly the most tanky champion to ever grace League of Legends as Va.
Yeah, not yet, at least not until you start building some of those HP bruiser items here. So good from Maxander, altering his path on that top side, saying, you know what, this is a kill in the top lane. Let me skill E, let me skill Q, and let me just kind of slide on in here as Haxor still having a bit of a rough time.
By the way.
Yeah, I mean, the Poppy is going to cause some trouble and interference, right? The W is going to negate some of those dashes that you like to do to reposition your Q sweet spots. So you have that advantage going for yourself. And then later on in the game, Poppy becomes really valuable in giving you those numbers advantages, right? With the ultimate, just allows you to kind of boot someone or multiple people back to spawn, and you can kind of take the fight from there. So Niners, not in the worst of spots. 2 kills over to RIT, but realistically, I don't know how much more they're going to be able to do with that. We'll see if Niners can stabilize and execute this dive composition that they so have rightfully drafted themselves.
Yeah, and that's a good call out on the Poppy Hammer later on in the game. It's just a matter of making sure that RIT doesn't run away with the game prior. Scuttlecrab going to go over to Niners, but that means Maxander's going to get to the top side first. He's going to flash forward onto this Poppy, and Poppy is once again in a world of trouble. This kill will go over to Haxor.
Yeah, and that top 2v2 is never going to be Vi Poppy favored, right? Ever. They're never going to be able to realistically do anything about it, especially when the Aatrox is on the pickaxe here. I like that Maxander is just going back to the top side. This is the kind of game that we expected in game with the drafts, right? But when they picked up the Zac, we were like, oh, it's not going to be that crazy. He's going to have the self-sustained lane. When you have Haxor on Aatrox, you play towards it, especially with this bottom lane skirmish happening right now.
Red taking a lot of damage, and they're not dealing as much damage back, although Zydus is going to try to heal up with this gray health just a little bit. Personify of Red with that Ghost Burn is looking to maybe get one more Q off. The shield is there, the Ignite is down, and so does the Kaisa go down. Cream Soda got knocked out of the portal. That means Arkezis is going to be in hot pursuit. Zydus going to flash, land the lick. Cream Soda goes down, and RIT is winning in every facet.
Top lane's winning, bottom lane's winning, jungle is going pretty good. Hockey, the lone man on RIT, down in CS, but his job is a lot more supplementary. It's a lot more to help the team out here. Ultimate is available. Weaver's Wall can be used, especially with a lot of these summoner spells down on the bottom side. Red Flash available as we see a scrap in the top side. Haxor, I like the way he's playing because he's not altering it, right? He's not like, oh, I'm going to play safer because my jungler's not here. He's still heavy trading with Mare here, so Mare always has to kind of be afraid of, is Maxander topside? His camps are up. Is he going to gank me? Haxor's not changing the way he's playing, which makes it really tough for Mare to kind of go for these all-in trades.
Yeah, it means that he has to spend time, clearing out the pink ward that gets put down, and, probably only feels super confident because Breezy Bay was up there. Maxander is now level 6, so something to keep in mind, just a slight EXP lead on this Vi, so we'll see what kind of impact can be made. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, we haven't highlighted it too much, but Dunlop is doing just fine in the CS department right now.
Yeah, he's doing good. He's just scaling on that
we go.
Azir here as kill squad.
Alexander is here. Everybody's level 6, except for the ones who need it the most. It doesn't get pulled out of the portal, but gets rooted out of the portal, but it doesn't mean Personify of Red is able to walk out without a problem. And now Dunlop is coming down here, as is Vi, who is now level 6. Maxander moving into the river. He gets stunned up. Shurima shuffled, punched around. He's still alive for right now. Cease and desist because targeted onto him. He will go down. Cream Soda picks that one up.
Super confusing pathing from Maxander, right? You know you're getting trailed by Cream Soda and Personify, as well as this top lane matchup potentially going.
There's a lot of minions.
Haxor.
Here comes the World Ender, looking to end the world and the life of this Poppy, but good job on the hammer, knocking him away.
Oof, almost gets him. Yeah, I was just going to say Maxander has some interesting pathing because you saw Hockey trailing as now the ultimate comes in.
Cream Soda from the side. Good job by Zydus there, eating up Arceus after the stun. Well played by both sides.
Yeah, you get the ultimate out. You get the eat out for just a Bard ultimate. Like, that's very good for Cream Soda. Hitting both of them on the edge as well. You have to believe if Breezy Bay had the assault, the cease and desist ready to go, that would have been a guaranteed kill onto Arceus or Zydus there. But unfortunately, they weren't ready for the follow-up. I don't think they were ready for a two-man Bard ult. I'm going to be real. Tried to get the most out of it. Very well played from the Niners here to turn a bot lane play, turn some bad pathing in their favor, get that dragon going, because the dive is going to come in.
They're going to wait for the shield to fall off, and then they're going to get right on top of this Poppy. Mare has found himself in a lot of trouble, gets knocked up off to the side, but Haxor is tanking, forced to flash away. Good self-defense there from the Poppy. Been taking karate classes.
Yeah, with,
oh my god, it's
name?
exactly as we suspected.
Yep.
That does mean that there's going to be no help here for Maxander in a 1v1. He's now down a level as the crab goes over to the Niners.
Yeah, unfortunately, he hasn't been really efficiently kind of, picking up his camps. You can see he's got both his top side and his bottom side camps all up. He's been doing a really good job trying to gank and trying to just be a menace on the map here. But that's allowed Breezy Bay to just kind of outvalue him and out-tempo him, right? He's got the Cloud Dragon. He's going to pick up these grubs for himself. Like, very, very well played from Niners, abusing Maxander's pathing and his inefficiency, really.
Yeah. Maxander had this huge lead early on. Hasn't been able to push it too much more and is now going to go pretty deep here. Breezy Bay with a fantastic flash. They get on top of Hockey, and they're going to bounce two people, stun up the Tom Kench afterward. Dunlop looking for more flashes forward, gets the kill. World Ender by the Aatrox. It's a good rocket, and Dunlop has nowhere to go. He will fall. Cream Soda doesn't have enough mana for a Q as RIT come alive in that fight, get a 2-for-1.
Really well played from RIT. Crafty flash Q coming out from Breezy Bay to get the kill onto Hockey, but that big rocket plus Haxor coming in, the damage is too much to handle, and they're going to be able to get out of here. They should be. Mare is not enough on this Poppy right now. I don't think he can take this fight. Hockey, they're going to go back in. Yeah,
they're going to force the Ghost out of Personify. Vi will be able to get out as well, but you burn a Summoner for a Tom Kench Q. You are so happy.
Oh yeah, you take those every single time. Maxander, don't get greedy for the chickens. I don't think these are yours for the taking. Actually, I'm going to fight for this as Haxor and Mare. Once again, in that top side. These dudes love to scrap. They like to fight. Haxor on half HP, though, might lose this.
Haxor is a level up. It does not have the World Ender available. Poppy able to walk out of the Infernal Chains, knocks him up as well. The shield is going to be really hard for Haxor to try to fight through. His buddy Maxander is up here to try to turn the fight. He's emoting on top of him too, but here's Breezy Bay looking to turn it himself. Trying to get on top of Haxor, smites him away. Poppy low, Poppy goes down. Breezy Bay pulled back in. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't land, but the top jungle duo of RIT is just on fire right now.
And you never win that 2v2 if you're Niners, right? Vi Poppy just cannot do enough damage to a conqueror duo of Xin Zhao and Aatrox. Top jungle duo, like you said, just going ham right now. Hockey's chasing on to Dunlop.
Yeah, Dunlop should be able to get out and get away. But Shibby, it feels like I'm watching the LeBron and Wade picture, right? Wade with his arms out, and Haxer dunking on everybody. It's been a rough life for the top side of Niner Esports, and they don't have much else going on the rest of the map, right? Like, we talked about, all right, this Kaisa might be able to do something, but if you're going to be diving so deep, you don't really want to dive into this really fed Aatrox, nor this really fed Xin Zhao. It's up to Dunlop, who, has a kill, all right, but has just had a fairly quiet game outside of that. Arkeezus is going to get taken out here almost assuredly. Personify of Red, well, that's a good member to use a dash on.
Yeah, that's very, very well played. Picks up another kill. Has one in his pocket right now.
9-3
but
curse.
Realistically, 9-3 curse potentially is the
Here we go.
scoop.
It's starting. Hockey is going to go down. It's starting.
Oh!
Max Xander gets caught out. Not well timed on the knockup. We'll see if Max Xander is able to do anything more. Personify of Red is here. Tomken's trying to get in and help out his buddy Max Xander. He will be able to eat him up. Is Zydus going to be able to walk all the way away? Arkeezus is here too, ready to turn if they want. But here is Azir lying in wait. RIT will be forced out of their bottom side jungle.
Nice scoop coming out from Dunlop to get the kill onto Hockey there, and solid proactive plays coming out from the Niners. Good individual plays, but also team coordination. All those kills, all those picks is going to allow them to pick up their second dragon here. We might be facing a 24-minute Dragon Soul here for themselves. They can keep control of this objective. Whoa! That was a lot closer than it should have been. Ocean Soul on the menu today would be very good for the Niners to sustain against Haxer and the rest of the gang. Haxer
Poppy's
took some
out of
power
mana,
shots.
though. Poppy's out of mana, and Haxer has plenty more HP where that came from. Does have teleport available if he wants to get back to the lane, so that'll be just fine. No other objective up other than the Rift Herald. It seems pretty solid to use here. But I must say, it should be Niner Esports. Pick up one, you pick up another, you start to get there, but could make a big play here because they know that Poppy couldn't resist going in. Here comes Max Xander, Hockey coming through as well. The hammer whiffs, and Mare is going to go down. Hockey is going to pick up his first of the game. This does mean that Rift Herald could be RITs for the taking.
Just emoting saying, yeah, he's like, you know what? I know there's 3 bot. My 3 in the top side are much stronger. You're not going to die of this. Wait a minute.
They are going to die of this because
trouble.
Guess what? Your Jinx is left all alone. Chomper's going out. Zydus trying to run a block there. I like what Breezy Bay tried to do there, but here's Dunlop serving him up on a silver platter as this Azir is making some plays.
Very, very well played from the Niners. 4-man kill squad here. Just doing work, pressuring Arkeezus and Zydus, just absolutely matching dive for dive.
Oh, Haxer's down here. Personified with a good ultimate to try to get away. Will be able to get credit for that turret. Ends up dying, though. It's a 5-0 and 3 Aatrox, by the way.
5-0-3 on the Aatrox here. Hello? Are we back? Hello? Am I back?
I don't know, bro. I just don't know anymore after the first one, right? Can't tell if we're taking pauses or what. It's just been listen, your internet service provider has realized that you've hit the quota for games cast today because you had to hop on earlier.
I think that's it. I think Spectrum is trolling me just a little bit here.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. But not sorry that this game has gotten a little bit closer here. As Niner Esports has really just gotten a couple of kills here, a couple kills there. They're still down 3,000 gold, but it does not feel like they're out of this game by any stretch, especially after seeing a fed Aatrox and a fed Xin Zhao. All right, Shibby's dead. I don't know when Shibby's coming back, but he is dead. Vi, on the bottom side here, they're going to try to make a play on the Haxer. It's 2 of the stronger members here of the side of Niner Esports. World Ender going to get popped. They just need to wait it out. Chains are going to come out, but Breezy Bay trying to stick with Haxer. Haxer does not have any help coming. Breezy Bay goes in, knocks him up, but he dies all the same. World Ender pop. Haxor knows he's got to try to get away. He's got to try to heal up a little bit more. Flashes forward onto Dunlop, who knocks him to the side, and it's a shutdown going over to his ear. But the Rift Herald charge will come into the mid lane. Twitch chat going to show up and make an appearance and go tank up a couple of turret shots here. We're going to go for a second lovely Sunday drive here, a second crash. 2 turrets for RIT. Arkeezus going to get a lot of gold for it. Do we see a third crash? Maxander. Oh, Maxander? All right, he's going to try to get out of this one at the very least. I like this. He's running through the 90s right now, running all the way around. He's doing a ring around the rosy. Finally goes to the wall.
Whoa!
And now he could potentially be caught out. He's stunned, but eaten up by Zetas here as Hockey is trying to create some space. Good chompers by the Jinx, but the Bard portal is going to get them a little bit closer. It's a 3v5 for right now, as Tom Ken's trying to do what he can to slow him down. Cease and desist. The flash means that Arkeezus is got caught by a piece of it, but Arkeezus is going to go down. Hockey now in trouble next. Big double knockup. Haxor from behind, but Haxor realizes this is not a fight you can take, as the Miners able to go and pick up 3.
Really well played from the Niners here to turn that shenanigans of
Here we go.
RIT back on its head, but they're going to go
World
for a
Ender!
2v4.
Haxor is putting out a lot of damage. He helps kill one.
Whoa!
3v1. Can he get the job done? He's trying to wait out these cooldowns, but he gets knocked up against the wall. There's now a turret from Azir, and Dunlop picks up kill number 6. This Azir's been hitting the gym, clanging and banging the weights, and is starting to get buff.
2,000 gold nearly separates these two guys right now. RIT and Niners back and forth slugfest once again here. Really good from the Niners to kind of take advantage of like the RIT kind of just like, you know, waffling about in the top
What was
side.
Maxander doing?
I don't know. I was just kind of taking the Herald for a spin, right? Maybe he was looking for a knockup. Maybe he was looking for some true damage.
He's doing donuts
Yeah.
in the top side jungle.
It was pretty impressive, I'm not going to lie. Style
Yeah,
points for
I
sure,
agree.
but Zydus is going to die here.
He might not. Poppy does burn the teleport. They want to put heavy emphasis on this dragon. It is soul point if they puts them close to soul point if they pick it up. Tom Kent's going to get served up, going to get a shield, but going to die all the same. Dunlop is going crazy right now. He's reset onto the dragon. It's going to be a 5v4. We'll see if RIT wants a piece of this. Arkeezus not quite sure. Sumega's Death Rocket coming out, doesn't get the kill. Good Bard ultimate there. Cream Soda in a little bit of trouble as Maxander is in deep.
Oh, look at
Haxor looking
Arkeezus.
for a little bit more. Breezy Bay on the backside has to flash away. But now it's Haxor getting very low. Goes down, doesn't get the heal. It's a 5v3. Breezy Bay trying to get close. Maxander is healthy. Hockey is healthy. We'll be able to go in onto Breezy Bay. Cream Soda is low. Cease and desist going down onto Hockey as going to slide in as Azir, looking for a little bit of extra damage. Hockey very low. Hockey goes down. Maxander going deep is going to be able to pick up one. Arkeezus alive for right now. Can he get the resets? Not quite, but he will fall. It's a double kill for the Azir as the Azir is standing back and fighting, but going way deep is Maxander, able to take him down for a triple kill. But Miner Esports still able to take this turret, still getting the edge of RIT in these fights.
Yeah, and that was just off of Zydus going down super early. Niners get the pick onto him. They're forced into a 4v5. And when you don't have that Tom Kench, Arkeezus can't really position aggressively. You do see Zydus trying to portal in. Yeah, they want to try to do something here.
Burnt. Weaver's Wall is available too, Shibby. This is a good opportunity here. Personify of Red cannot get over the wall. Will be able to dash through, but dashes through. Stun flashes away as well. Tom Kench getting a little bit deeper here, but still very low. Here's a matching TP from Dunlop, who does have Emperor's Divide available if he wants to go for something cheeky, but Miner Esports going to spend their gold.
Dunlop just doing a good job scooping up the members of RIT every single time. He doesn't have to go for these big 4-man, 3-man Azir ultis. He gets one, scoops it into his team, and that's the numbers advantage that you need to pick up these objectives. Quietly but quickly, they've been able to stack up these dragons, and in around the 24 to 25 minute mark, they're going to be looking at an Ocean Soul, and whether RIT is ready or not, they're going to have to fight.
Maxander has certainly been doing a good job in terms of getting kills, getting assists, but has not been able to control these dragons. And Hockey and Arkeezus have not had the greatest of games. Looks like Miner Esports, they're going to rip this Baron. Haxor's teleport is not up yet. Hockey's teleport is not available, but he's up here anyway. Haxor's teleport is going to come up very soon. They need to try to find a way in. Zydus is here. Teleport coming. Super Mega Death Rocket will not secure the Baron, but Poppy could be in a little bit of trouble trying to get closer to the team, force the flash away. Cream Soda can't go through the portal. Zydus is on the other side. Everybody's going to try to get through. Stun's coming out. Cream Soda is going to go down as they're looking for more. Breezy Bay able to get away. Poppy going to drop the hammer down, only hit one target, but it's still not a favorable fight. Haxor is going to force the Poppy to go in and die. They will lose the Baron, but pick up 2 kills for it.
I feel like I've seen this before. Niners picking up a really early Baron, losing a member or two. We're saying it's worth, but can they actually use this Baron to push some of these towers down? Deja vu, right? Like, I feel like we just were in this situation in game 1. And Arceus on this Jinx is getting bigger and bigger right now. Still on that Kraken Slayer, though, unfortunately, is on that one item. He's going to pick up that second one pretty soon. I'm pretty sure on this back, he has IE, and that's when the stuff is really going to start getting rolling for RIT. The resets plus Kraken plus IE are going to start to hurt the Niners, who aren't the tankiest of individuals, right? Poppy is sitting on one item and a couple components. Realistically, this team is pretty squishy.
Yeah, they just need to make conditions very hard for Dunlop and Personify of Red because, look, Shibby, they're both on 3 items. Cream Soda could be caught out here as the Blast Plant available, but no, it's actually Haxor the one who's caught out because he used the item that called up 3 of his teammates.
Very good job from Cream Soda there, and good from Niners to kind of collapse on in here. Arceus is on the wrong side of town right now.
Yeah, Dunlop, look at how one auto attack chunks him out. RIT forced to try to get away. Cease and desist is available, and it will be used on the Hockey, but see, this is going to eat him up, and they're going to try to turn this one around. Hockey gets stunned. It takes a lot of damage. He's forced to flash away now, but Breezy Bay gets caught out, and Hockey is able to get the revenge. We'll see if RIT wants more, but Arceus is going to back up here.
And this Baron not getting too much right now. Got the tier 1 in the top side. Mare just doing a good job splitting, forcing somebody to answer him right now, but realistically, this was a takeaway Baron. 20 seconds though, and Niners have complete control of this bottom side here. RIT is walking into darkness right now. They've got a face check, and it's rough because Dunlop and the rest of the crew can just kind of kill you instantly. They have to clear out all this vision right now. You look at Red, you look at Cream Soda, and you look at where Dunlop is. It feels like they don't really want the dragon, but they're just kind of goading RIT into a position where they can take this team fight.
Well, Vi isn't quite here yet. Arceus is the one who's tanking up the dragon, so he's missing a little bit of health. Vi is on the way. Bartle whiffs. Poppy going to try to knock out Xinjiao, so they're going to try to make it a toss-up here. Who's going to secure this dragon? It's stolen away. Breezy Bay got there first. Ocean Soul from Miner Esports.
Niner Esports doing a good job right now. Really big Poppy ultimate. We talked about how big those were going to be later on into the game, giving you those numbers advantages. Swatting Maxander out of the pit, saying, this is my Ocean Soul. This is my dragon. You're not allowed to be here. You didn't pay rent. And Maxander, unfortunately, isn't able to get back there in time. And they also lose out on Haxor, who had a massive lead, but is not that lifesteal drain tank Aatrox that we're so used to. This is a lethality Aatrox. He can go down very quickly.
Yeah, he's gotten less and less lethal as the game has gone on, Shibby. He's the one who's too squishy, starting to die, right? Just because Dunlop is super strong. Personify of Red is really strong, and now they have to try to cut through an Ocean Soul. Shibby, I don't know if you look at the inventories, they have no heal cut. This is going to be very difficult. Almost everybody on Miner Esports is their own Aatrox at this point.
Yeah, no grievous wounds at all. Hockey has to be thinking right now.
Don't do it. Oh, Hockey, he's going to go down without anything needed from Dunlop there. A critical loss. Oh, here comes the teleport coming in. Breezy Bay can't find a way out. Breezy Bay, do they have enough damage to take him down? They do, but here comes Dunlop. He has his ultimate back available, but it's going to be Haxor who gets on top of him and forces him out of the fight. Meanwhile, Arceus is trying to kite out the Poppy here, but he's not having any help, really. Personify of Red is super deep, trying to survive. He's able to pick up one kill, but he ends up dying. Dunlop is back into the fight, but Haxor's going to turn on him. Haxor in the middle of 3 members, taking a lot of damage, hit up against the wall. Dunlop goes golden, but he manages to get 2 kills, and Zydus is going to go down for the 3rd. This Azir is just way too far ahead.
13-2-7 Dunlop putting on a clinic. We talked about how this champion is back in the meta. He's not disabled anymore, and just putting in the work right now. Hard carrying Niners to a potential victory here. They're going to get themselves, at minimum, an inhibitor turret here. They can probably pick up the inhibitor as well, as the death timers are still long for RIT. Baron's up in 45 seconds. They can reset, get back onto the map, put the vision down, and deny RIT any chance of contesting this, especially with Poppy available. You can burn this Baron down super quick with the Zir Kaisa.
It's bad news for RIT. They need to do something here. They just have not had an answer for this Azir, and it's easy to see why. It's difficult to get on top of him, right? Max Ander is your best bet, but he has to hit a Wind Becomes Lightning, or else it's going to be really hard to get on top of him. Hockey has not been able to join many of these fights, and when he has, we haven't seen Weaver's Walls that have split the teams up, right? We talked about, oh, you can just Bard Portal through it. Cream Soda hasn't had to do that, so he's been able to put the Bard Portals in more creative spots to help out the team a little bit more. RIT, they need to find an answer and fast.
Oh, Bard ultimate does come
Max
down.
Ander?
Max Ander?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, apparently Spectator broke. That Bartle was so good that it just broke everything.
Huge.
All right, so
Riot Games.
Shibby, tell me, what do you think happens here? Just based off the champions we see, what do you think happens?
Well, he's gonna get slammed into the wall.
Yes.
And you see that Dunlop is ready, right? He's waiting with the scoop, and most likely Max Ander dies there. The Baron gets taken, and I'm assuming the game will end.
Hold on. Shibby? What are you wearing?
What? What are you talking about? Guys, I'm wearing my merch. No, not my merch. This is a sweater, a jacket my girlfriend got me. Follow me at ShibbyCasts here, right there.
Bro is his own biggest fan. This guy likes his own tweets.
My girlfriend gave it to me. My girlfriend's my biggest fan, and you guys can be part of that
buddy.
fan base.
Yeah, sure.
You guys
Yeah,
be
it
part
was
of that fan
your
base.
girlfriend got it for you, right? Yeah, you like your own tweets. You retweet your own tweets. Like, come on. I know you're your own biggest fan. Bro is.
I love myself.
Bro's going into the business for himself. He's a mark for himself. Oh, you got the Doritos? Okay.
My girlfriend got over me, dude. Pineapple.
Okay. This imaginary girlfriend's got good taste. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. She's very nice. She's very kind.
Yeah, you've talked to her. What do you say? You've
Yeah, I know.
literally. Yeah.
She's great. She's really nice. Oh man.
Anyways,
but
that game.
Yeah, this game has been interesting so far, and I don't know what this conclusion is going to be. I don't know if we're going to be able to find a way back into the game. I don't know if we're going to, have even a game 3. Who knows what's going on? But we're going to go to a very short break to try and hash this out. And when we return, we will have something for you. I just don't know what. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC Champions League semifinals between RIT and Minor Esports. Now, Shibby, we know what happened in the second game. We know that there was some issues that cropped up, and we are here to tell you that Game 3 will be played. Niner Esports is going to force that Game 3, and we will give it to the people. We hope that we will give it to the people, at least.
Yeah, I think it went as expected, right? Like, Maxander got caught out. Baron was coming up in like 30 seconds. They killed him. They probably bashed him against the wall after the Bard ultimate came out. I don't think Dunlop is going to get Azir again. I'm pretty sure that gets banned out by RIT because he just had a massive, massive performance. 13-2 on the Azir, was scooping people up and was outranging the Jinx, which is what the big issue was in game one, is you didn't really have a solid way of getting onto the Jinx. Yeah, you had the Ahri, the Lee Sin, and the Olaf, but it wasn't enough because once she flashed out, she was just able to use the lethal tempo range to just kill everybody. But with the Azir, it allows you to get in range of those AD carries with relatively safe distance, right? You just throw the Sand Soldiers out and you start stabbing them to death, and eventually they'll die. And you saw within 3 pokes, they were dead.
Yeah, he just did way too much damage at that point in time for anybody to really contend with him. And that was after, I said it. He had a really quiet early game. Obviously, as many as Azir's do, but hadn't really made any plays once he hit level 6. And then all of a sudden, you just pick up one kill here, another kill there, then going absolutely bonkers, and then ended up being the main carry of the team. So got to give a really, really give him plaudits, right? Got to give him his props. I was big reason, maybe the sole reason why Niner Esports was able to win and force this game 3. Should be, you said it, backs were against the wall. When your backs are against the wall, you pick strong champions for your players. You can see it's a little scuffed, but we do have our post-game screenshot. I mean, Personify of Red too, really underrated game, 12-5-11, but it was Dunlop who was doing the most out there, and Haxer and Maxander were not able to convert their leads and get Hockey and Arkezis going.
Yeah, Arkezis just didn't have the same Jinx effect as they did in game 1 here. And I think the big thing there is the mid-gap Hockey just never actually produced on the Taliyah, right? The Weaver's walls were not that good. A lot of those combos, right? The tried and true Legos into kickback just wasn't doing enough damage. Like when you think of a Taliyah, you can kill them pretty easily if you land your full combo, but it just wasn't enough, right? It felt like a lot of that load, a lot of the damage was onto Maxander, was onto Haxor. And unfortunately, Haxor, when he was diving into 4 people, was lethality Aatrox, wasn't the drain tank kind of Aatrox that we're used to seeing here. It's Sundered Sky or whatever, right? So was killed off very, very quickly there. And once those 2 are down, the rest is history. I felt like those 2 members, the mid and jungle for RIT, could never really get it going, even with resets coming in.
Yeah, it just felt like this Taliyah was throwing stones, but like they were like really, really tiny pebbles, right? It wasn't really doing a whole lot. Throwing pop rocks at people, perhaps. It was really nothing that they could do. And we need to see Hockey play a complete game because, game 1 wasn't the greatest Nico performance, right? Obviously, a couple big pop blossoms. The one near the end really comes to mind, was what really put them over the top. But this guy needs to play a good game wire to wire because guess what? Niner Esports just showed you that regardless of Maxander gets ahead early, regardless of Haxer gets ahead early, they can answer those guys. They can beat your team when 2 of your strongest members are fed out of their minds. And if I'm RIT, I am scared of that prospect.
Yeah, all right, so you have a tough task ahead of them right now, although they do have, like I said, that first game win, so they do get side select, I believe, because they lost. Let's see if they'll opt in for the red side here. They're a blue side, 2 in a row, and RIT, like I get word from our producer, actually has ended up yoinking that red side there. counter pick going to be very, very crucial for Haxer, potentially Hockey, but also denying a lot of those picks, right? Like trading OPs potentially. This is the first time the Niners are going to be on the blue side. Let's see what they prioritize here. I don't think the Azir is going to be up. They might end up letting the Jinx go into the Niners' hands because they have something else prepared. I want to see what RIT bring to the table on red side, because I think this is where you really get to leverage that top lane advantage that we've talked about so much for RIT.
Yeah, you get to give this guy counter pick if you want. That is where you're going to get a lot out of. And, Max Ander, you could just throw him on Vi again, right? Like, you could just say, hey, do you want to go pick Jinx? Fine, we'll pick Vi. You could even pick away like Tom Kench if you wanted to set up like a Senna Kench or something like that. It doesn't necessarily need to be we're picking Vi into picking our mid lane champion for the good mid jungle duo combo. If you do pick Vi, you might not get the Talia after the second game. I think you can go without it. I think it's probably best to go without it. No offense to Hockey over there. But also, Max Ander could just pick another carry-oriented champion, right? Like, this guy is really the star player of the team, for lack of a better term. And I think that any champion he's on, you'd have a really high level of confidence coming in that he can get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, you could go the Milky Way route, right? The Kindred Annie, mid-jungle duo. You could go for something super aggressive if Max Ander is feeling himself there. I don't know if you want to go that Senna Tom Kench. I feel like Arceus has been having some pretty solid laning phases, right? Like, realistically, I don't think they've done too bad, especially with all the attention that they've been bringing their way, right? 4-man bot lane, 3-man dive, all that stuff. Like, they know that Max Ander's going to be in the top side, and they're getting weak-sided, unfortunately. And even then, they're coming out with small gold leads. They're able to team fight. It's just in that mid-game, when Dunlop's on these champions, or when they're taking these over-aggressive fights, it feels like RIT just aren't prepped and ready. They're getting caught out a little too much on some of these objectives. If they clean up their game, snowball that top lead into objectives, that's where you can really start getting the ball rolling and ending these games, because there should be no reason where you're losing 4 dragons in a row when your top side's so good you can teleport your Aatrox down to win some of those team fights.
Yeah, it just felt like they were very uncoordinated. It felt like you had 2 players on the top side, 3 players on the bottom side, and they just couldn't link into 5. But we are into our final draft of the evening, with Niner Esports on the blue side and RIT on the red side. And we already seeing the first ban Vi come out, acutely aware of what Max Ander did on that champion in game 1.
Yeah, just removing that from the champion pool here. And I like Niners' approach, limiting the jungle, getting yourself a good matchup, but will it work on the blue side? B1 Prio, very, very important. A lot of coaches, a lot of players think that blue side's really good right now because of like certain B1 champions like Senna, like sometimes Nautilus, unfortunately, or even stuff like the Varus up and available onto the table here. I feel like RIT is going to have to use this ban for the Azir. I don't think they give that away again. No offense to Hockey, but removing that away from Dunlop's pool and forcing him onto something else, maybe a more even matchup, could be the reason to win here. This final ban is going to be very important, and the Azir is going to get taken away. Respect where it's given. Dunlop gets the ban drawn for himself.
Yeah, he was lopping them up, and they were done. So we'll see what this first pick is here for Niner Esports. It is going to be that Jinx that we presumed that we were going to see. This Vi not available for the side of RIT. So this does mean you're going to have to get a little creative. Again, you mentioned the Nautilus earlier would be a pretty fine pick. I feel like Nautilus Senna would actually be the pairing that you would want to go for, but perhaps
Nautilus
going
Kai'Sa?
a little bit more aggressive here with this Kai'Sa lock-in.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to press R on Nautilus, and Jinx is either forced to flash or ghost away. If she eats that ultimate, the dive is ready to come in. Instead, they're going to opt in for Rakan. And I don't like this, right? When you need to lock somebody down, I feel like as elusive as Rakan is, as mobile as Rakan is, you can dodge out a lot of his skill shots. You have to flash R, and even then, the Milio is going to come in, and that charm is going to get instantly cleansed. You would much rather have a knock-up if you're on the side of RIT, because right now, it looks like Personify of Red is not in any danger.
Yeah, and also going Kaisa, you elect to go Kaisa instead of Xayah, right? You lose out on the power you get out of the Xayah Rakan duo. You lose out on the CC that Xayah actually brings to the table, which is relevant against a champion like Jinx. And now you've got to stare down a Volibear. This is really something to
Ooh.
worry about. Now we are seeing that Belveth come through here for the final pick of the first half. That is a Max Anders special. If Poppy gets through, it could be problematic. However, I would be very surprised if it did.
Yeah, I mean, Mare is more than welcome to kind of pilot that into the top lane here. You kind of have to bend the Poppy out. I feel like Poppy into Belveth just fundamentally is such
Also
a
Rakan.
good matchup. Yeah, Rakan denies all the engage potential. It's rough, right? RIT have kind of drafted themselves into a bit of a hole here. Let's see if they over-index onto their composition or they try to start flexing champions out to kind of deal with what the Niners is bringing. Because right now, they've got Jinx, they've got Milio, and they've got a solid frontliner in the Volibear. Whether he goes top, whether it goes jungle, could do a lot of damage. Ari is actually going to be removed here. I feel like Mare just slams the Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, RIT would have to pick it here or pick something that's really good into it. I just am not seeing it, Shibby. I'm really, really surprised. We'll see what the lock-in is here for RIT. They are going to go with the Hui, so you will get some range here. But, I mean, I would be highly surprised if Niner Esports didn't just lock it in here. This feels like a draft gaff.
The issue is that if you do lock Poppy here, like you said, you leave yourself up open to that really susceptible red side counter pick. RIT saved it for Haxor. He's definitely got something in the pocket here if he's willing to kind of let that through the draft. What can you pick, Niners, to negate some of this power? I'm going to opt in for the Aatrox. And now, what is the answer, Haxor? Is it the Gragas? Is it Jax that we've been seeing a lot of, potentially Cassante, or do you have something even more insane in mind here? It's gonna be the Gwen ripping through Niners here. Let's see if it can match up against this Aatrox. I don't really love the Gwen because the amount of range on the Niners is so long, right? Aurelion, Sol, and Jinx, champions that have found a bunch of success at the pro level, right? I mean, APA won a championship off this ASOL, right? Like, he was putting in the work. And this champion, I don't feel like it's going to be pressured, especially against the way the guy's going to have a jolly good time free farming the lane.
This is an ego pick, plain and simple. I mean, obviously we play the games for a reason. We'll have to look at Max Ander and Haxor to try to do the things they did in the last game, but they are on more carry-oriented champions. I would say that when you boil the champions down to their core, that Belveth and Gwen are better at carrying a game than Aatrox and Xin Zhao. So if they're able to have that same amount of success, then maybe this works, but they'll be hard-pressed to try to see it through. Going with Ghost, it just makes sense this game, but I don't know, man. They're going to need to really get ahead early, and if they don't, I mean, this is Niner Esports' is a game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, this comp on RIT's side is forced to get things done early, get action started. Although you do have Haxor as your kind of late game insurance, let's say, but it's not nearly as effective as Dunlop and Personify of Red here. The Jinx ASOL combo, the double scaling Menace. All right, you replaced that Jinx earlier on with Smolder. It was the double scaling Dragon Menace, right? You've slotted it out for something a little bit more proactive, reset heavy. You have the Aatrox Jinx combo, so those resets are going to be coming in as Zydus is going to miss that first grand entrance.
Oh, and by the way, Zydus is their only engage, really, right? Like, Max Anders, sure, is able to like walk up, slide through, knock somebody up, but it's not the same as using your W, as using your grand entrance, using the quickness. And you can see here, I mean, they're just getting bullied really hard. This lane is looking really strong for the bottom side of Niner Esports, and they've got ridiculous scaling.
They've got ridiculous range. They've got ridiculous scaling. And Zydus, you miss one or more of those W's, and you're going to maybe lose your life here, if not a summoner spell. Doing a good job spacing it out right now. Hockey on this way. I've been liking this champion and seeing it in the mid lane. I think it's actually one of the better designed champions in League of Legends in recent history, right? If you think of like the Skarner, the Smolder, the Yumi, all that kind of stuff. I feel like Hui is a pretty fair champion.
I think that his, what is it? Is it his QW or his
he fears you?
WW, whichever one? The thing that makes the circle on the ground and does 1,000,000 damage if you're low. I think that either comes out a little too fast or needs to be a little bit smaller. I think that it feels like, I mean, I even saw it a lot in, you know, some of these high level games. I saw it in the Winthrop game yesterday. I mean, it just felt like if you were near it when it was put on you, you just died no matter what, unless you had a dash or something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mini ASOL W, right?
Yeah,
Where he
yeah,
just
for
drops
real.
it on the ground. Yeah,
It is
that's kinda
balanced
funny.
by the fact, though, that if your teammate stands in it, you won't die. But nobody knows that, it feels like.
Nobody does that. Nobody wants to stand in it.
Yeah, no.
Right
Your
now,
brain just says don't stand in it. It's just like Recon W. Your brain says don't stand in it.
exactly. Niner Esports and RIT.
Here we go,
Much
top
slower
lane.
pace of a game here is Breezy Bay. He's looking for something, but Haxor is going to slide on out of there. Both of these teams just content on farming back and forth. Why not? If you're Niners, you'll take a slow, methodical game state. You're ASOL, you're Jinx. You'll want to farm up, and when you have your items, when you're ready to fight, you're going to hit a lot harder than RIT. You said the onus, Yanni, was on RIT to make things happen, to make plays early on. Don't know if this Belveth has been really able to do that. I didn't see him invade. I didn't really see him pressure Breezy Bay. Hasn't been really able to gank anybody. Like, who do you really go for? Dunlop's going to be able to just fly on out of there. Cream Soda can deny everything that Maxander wants to do with one soccer ball. Realistically, Mare is the only target, and I don't think Haxor really wants to fight until he's comfortable at level 6, so he can really start shredding through some of the HP bar of this Aatrox.
Yeah, the only way you're going to actually be able to do anything is if you're able to get that crushing maw off from Hockey, the EE, in order to CC Dunlop just enough so that Maxander can slide in. But outside of that, I mean, it's probably bot lane. Zydus hitting one of his Ws, right? Other than that, you're just not going to see much because these top laners are just going to continue to bounce waves off each other and trade EXP.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing, though, is if Niners do want to kind of be more lackadaisical and do want to just ping-pong waves back and forth, it gives a lot of objective control for Maxander, who scales really well with the Dragons, with the Heralds. Once she hits level 6, she gets into that, big...
We could see a fight break out here, should be.
Manta Ray form is, the Dragon is going to be on the menu.
Hockey is level 6, but gets in gray zone by Breezy Bay. Maxander is here to try to help out. Knockup goes down, but here comes Dunlop. Breezy Bay getting very low. Hockey the target. Ultimate missed. Its first blood going over to Maxander, who flashes away. Personify of Red, full HP, but no mana, so he's not able to get off these empowered rockets. He does pop the Ghost. Arceus doing a lot of damage. Dragon Breath is on him, and he will be able to kill Personify of Red. It means Dunlop is forced to turn away, forced to flash out from Zydus there. And RIT, they win on the bot side critically.
This is a scary Dragon, though. Health bars are low. Dunlop is level 6. He might be able to execute potentially.
So
no, he's just going to be able to get it.
Maxander's in a weird spot here, but he just can't push any farther forward. Knockup lands. Maxander looking for more, but Breezy Bay's respawned. The Dragon Breath is going to go down. Zydus is going to heal up enough, but look, he's just going to float on and try to burn away the Rakan, who's forced to flash out.
Maxander, you need to get out, buddy. Your jungle is not yours. You used your team fight win to go for the Dragon. You must concede this part of the jungle. Breezy Bay is going to walk in. He's going to pressure Maxander out potentially. Never mind. He's just going to be like, you know what? You walked out. I'll take the Gromp. I feel like Niners could have gotten a little bit more off of that, but it feels like instead they're going to use this move to go for the grubs. Rightfully so. They know most of RIT is on a reset, although Dunlop, half HP, no ultimate available. I don't know if he's going to actually be able to secure all 3 of these as you see RIT collapsing onto the grubs.
Yeah, they're sending Zydus up top here. Dunlop is going to be the first one sequestered out. Haxor is in the area. Root goes down. Dunlop in trouble, floats over the wall, but it's out Breezy Bay, who's surrounded by damn near everybody. Aatrox isn't even going to be able to help out. Hockey is going to be able to pick up this kill, and then it's going to be 2 grubs over to RIT. Could be a little bit more. Flash burn by the Aatrox, World Ender as well. Personify of Red is just trying to hit, but isn't doing much more, but they do force off RIT. Haxor is now in a little bit of trouble, gets rooted up, gets zapped, trying to get away. He's super slowed, but the Ghost is popped. Dunlop is floating through. Ultimate goes down, but it gets dodged out.
Ghost coming in clutch for Haxer. RIT deny the triple herald. They do burn quite a bit here, but you look on the bottom side, Arkeezus gets some much needed alone time with this turret. He picked up a wave, he picked up a plate. He's doing pretty good for himself. On this Kaisa is going to be a massive threat onto Dunlop or Personify of Red once the dive threat goes in. But with the Niners bringing up their AD carry, bringing up the rest of the squad here, they're able to pick up the final 2 grubs, and 3-0 so far. RIT invest a lot. Don't really get too much out of it other than that bot lane tier 1 plate for Arkeezus here.
And the lane assignments are interesting here, Shibby. So Haxor's going to have to back, has teleport available. Interested to see if they're going to just head back up top, because Personify of Red and Cream Soda are now on the top side right now. And that leaves a favorable 1v1 for the Aatrox down here. Although he's missing some HP, we all know what an Aatrox can do to a poor, lonely AD carry.
Yeah, you never want to get face-to-face with an Aatrox here.
No.
No matter how fed you are as the AD carry, right? He will just turn it on its head. And it looks like they're just going to go for the 2v1, 2v1s on both sides. Let's see if they can...
Knock up lands, but look at the burst damage coming out for Arkeezus. Zydus realizes he can't dive any further, but with no TP on the Aatrox, this is very beneficial for RIT's bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to get that back out, and RIT's going to pick up another plate potentially here. Mind you, they don't have any grubs, so they're not going to be able to get that shrew damage dot onto the turret, but it's still going to be more than enough damage here. Another plate going into the favor of this bot lane. Arkeezus is just kind of benefiting from Niners overcommitting and overloading onto certain parts of the map. Does not feel pressured, doesn't feel like he's in trouble, and he's going to, you know, kind of scale into this mid game really, really well. I'm sure after this wave, or maybe another wave after this, he's going to have a full item.
Oh, yeah, without question. That means the pressure is going to be on a big time for the Niners over here. We're seeing Breezy Bay on the bottom side here. Zydus level 5 still. So is Cream Soda, but critically missing out on the Rakan ultimate. This is bad news. Junglers just floating around the bottom side. I like to see this. It's a bit of a different gear from the prior games, right? Both of these junglers now paying strict attention to their bottom halves, as the top halves were just not able to get it done on both sides through the first 2 games.
Yeah, quiet game so far. 3-0 kill lead. Breezy Bay once again back down in this bottom side. Just trying to help Personify out. Once Arkeezus backs here, he's going to have a full static Shiv, I'm going to assume, is what he's rushing. That's what all the cool kids nowadays are doing. Let's see, though. It did get nerfed a little bit. Everybody's doing it. Why not, right?
It did get nerfed. It did get nerfed.
Oh, he's going to rush Kraken here. He's got more than enough gold in his pockets. And that's a huge power spike. You look on the side of RIT.
Here we go. Wait a minute. Fight up from the top side. Haxor's a level up. There's that World Ender used. Needlework, not quite getting the damage in. Maxander does get stunned, but is still in Manta Ray form, so able to just slide away any which way that is necessary.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at the items on the side of RIT. They've got their first legendaries completed. Archangels, double Kraken. This is huge, especially for this dragon. Niners, you can't fight this. You don't have the item advantage. Instead, they're just going to muscle out Maxander and Hockey here. Bit of a split.
They have priority.
Pincer move coming out from these guys.
Yeah, let's see. Zydus is now level 6. Charms up 1. Charms up 2. Look at the burst damage. Cream Soda's down. Personify Red has to go over the wall. But look at what Dunlop is trying to do. He gets a lot of damage in, but isn't able to close out on any kills.
Dragon does go down, and as a Cloud Soul that blesses us in this Game 3, Yanni. Ocean for Niners here, and a Chemtech for RIT. They're going to split it 1-1 apiece, which is exactly what they wanted. They just need one dragon to make it go late game. It's an extra 15 minutes. Zydus is completely fine.
Breezy Bay? Maybe it's just a bait for Maxander to get here, but Breezy Bay has some HP. The shielding is there, but look at the damage. It's too much. You mentioned the item differential. It feels like that Niner Esports just didn't think about that.
Maxander is in the mega form, like you mentioned. Can just go through walls if he so pleases. And they're going to zone him off of all this XP, all these minions. Yeah, Maxander can just do that. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just getting choked out here. Personify Red doesn't even have any mana either. So staying is really, really rough. And that's a LPL maneuver, you know, that I'm sure you've seen it on TikTok, Shibby. I know you're a purveyor of League of Legends TikTok. And what happened to Prince a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, I mean, just zoning out, using your jungle, using the priority, just zoning out here. As Haxor isn't a 1v2, but I don't know if they can take this. He's kind of strong.
He just wants to fight it. World Ender gets popped. Max Anders a little far away. Ghost gets burnt. Max Anders still trying to bring up the rear here. Remember that? Kraken Slayer ready to release the Manta Ray, perhaps. Big double knock up here, looking for more damage. Haxor trying to kite out, but he goes down anyway. It's a 1-for-1 for right now. But the Manta Ray gets refreshed. Super Mega Death Rocket does land. Good flash from Max Anders. He's run out of dashes. Hockey is up here, and he does beat Dunlop to the play. Smite gets used. Knock up there. Maxander able to get out of the Infernal Chains, but Zydus has roamed all the way up. Now, let's see if Dunlop can try to help out a little bit, trying to get burn damage onto Hockey here, but the charm does land. Ultimate down from the Hui is going to get a very low. Crushing Maul lands. Look at the damage. The skies descend, and somehow, some way, both teams limp out of the fight.
Oh my god, they're just fighting back and forth. No fatal injuries, no fatal wounds on RIT. Gonna back off, and looks like Niners are actually gonna get the 6 grubs here because of all that fighting. Breezy Bay died and came directly to the grubs here. Very well. Wait a minute. No, they're gone. The grubs have disappeared.
Oh,
I
no.
lied. Rift Herald 14-minute spawn has denied the 6 grubs. 3 will only be taken, and for all that effort, Niners unfortunately don't get anything else.
That hurts them so bad because Jinx with 6 grubs is actually ridiculously
crazy,
right? And you know that eventually Jinx should be able to get this time on this bottom turret, so that is a huge loss. At least you don't give him over to the Gwen. It could be worse, but the fruits of their labor, not ripened, but rotten.
Yeah, just absolutely sour here, and because of that, they tried to use their move to the grubs that allowed RIT to reset, and now they're able to take this Rift Herald for free. Zydus is still up here. The bottom lane of Niners have decided to put the pressure onto Arquizas, but there's no dive threat. You're playing Milio, not Nautilus. You cannot punish leaving the AD carry by himself. Arquizas is having a good time. His launcher's out. He's sipping a mojito. He's completely fine in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they can't kill him. They don't have any way. I mean, they would need a miracle in order to take this guy down. And, you know, Breezy Bay just farming out the top side. It's free 99. It's free real estate, whatever you want to call it. It's just been all RIT this game, and they haven't even done it through the top side. But now looking to potentially do it through the top side is Haxor looking to get more damage in. Good dodging here. The healing is not enough. Snip, snip, scissors beats paper.
Very, very handedly here, and that's a Nashor's Tooth Gwen landing full ultimate barrage onto you. We talked about this RIT composition, a little cocky, a little bit of ego, but 7-1, 5,000 gold ahead. Have they satisfied your early game demands?
I am entertained, Shibby. I will tell you that. Now, I thought most of the ego was on that top lane pick, as opposed to anything else. Max Sander pick, I again think it's very good, but you know, if you're going to pick Aatrox into this Gwen, and this is going to happen, you're going to go down 20 CS, down a kill, down a turret. I have to ask, wouldn't Poppy have just been a little better?
Yeah, I feel like you take the Poppy, you put it into the team fight, you get that value.
Flash
Alexander's
Force
really
knockup
strong.
is there. Double knockups. Man, that is ridiculous. Oh, Dunlop goes into melee range as Aurelion Soul, and it just feels like Niner Esports, they just don't have an answer to this.
Yeah, they're steamrolling through the Niners composition right now. RIT is just kind of walking in and doing a ton of damage. It's not anything fancy. It's not footwork. It's nothing too crazy. They're just going in, slamming their abilities onto Niners, and that's it. That's the game, really, right? That's all they have to do to win those team fights. Maxander is so far ahead right now, and Bel'Veth, one of those champions that if she's ahead of the damage curve, if you're not, if you're not capable of dealing with her, she can just live forever, especially once she starts itemizing a little bit more beefier. As you see, I believe she's going to go towards what is going to be the Titanic Hydra. She's going to be a lot harder to kill once she starts building a little more tank items, potentially the Guardian Angel. It's going to be rough. And the fact that she's 5-0-2, we saw why this champion was banned out from the Niners every single time. You do not give Maxander the Belveth.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that it's really crazy they left the Belveth open. And, you know, maybe Niner Esports is thinking the exact same. So Maxander's going to head up to the top side here. Just look at that attack speed. And listen, they were down a level starting out that fight. Here comes the World Ender pop. A lot of damage coming out as Hockey hasn't been able to do a whole lot to help out. Breezy Bay is here, but bringing up the rear is Zydus here. Here we go. Charms coming out. Double knockup coming out. Maxander still alive for right now as Breezy Bay drops the ultimate down. Maxander trying to slide around, but Personify of Red is in the area. Big shutdowns going over to the side of Niner Esports. Guess what, Shibby? Kill score was 9-3 last time around, and Niner Esports were able to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Do they have any more tricks up their sleeve?
Balloon animals? Ties? Maybe? How many swords can they eat? Realistically, Niners are going to have to do a lot more than just pulling the rabbit out of the hat to get back into this game. It's a tough hill to climb, but the gold is going on to the right members here, especially with Personify picking up that bounty, I believe objective bounty in that top side here.
Asol's ready to make a play.
Yeah,
Arceus is way too far
caught
up.
in a 1v2.
Look at that. Dragon Breath is super effective. He's super slow and flash for
Whoa!
Arceus makes the play. And now Breezy Bay gets on top of him, and he kills him too.
Arceus in a 2v1 gets both. Says, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Nice double kill for Arceus here. Haxor as well on the bottom side, picking up a big $700 paycheck for themselves. You talked about pulling a rabbit out of the hat. Arceus pulled out a miracle.
Listen, Arceus pulled a gun out of the hat there, right? He just is like, yo, listen, you're going down, buddy. You wanted this. He pulled out a fairy type Pokemon because it was super effective against the dragon. As it was just really, really good stuff there by Arceus. And that makes this game infinitely harder for Niner Esports, right? This is going to be difficult. They had a couple of plays, get back into the game, feel good about themselves, but getting 2v1 like that is just a backbreaker.
And we haven't seen RIT properly 5v5 either, right? Haxor hasn't really been participating in some of these fights. Doesn't really need to. Can just keep up the sideline pressure on the Gwen. Is 2 items, Riftmaker, Nashers in hand, is going to start ripping through either a team fight or this Baron that is going to be on the menu 20 minutes in. RIT is just going to let it rip.
Well, they are going to pull off of it here, so they don't want to put themselves in a compromised position as Niner Esports did respond. Dunlop does not have teleport available, so I am surprised they didn't continue. Oh, here we go. See, this is going to land the flash knockup. Personify of Red is just dead. Now they're going to push in on this mid-inner turret, get a lot of gold for themselves, and this could be the opportunity that RIT needs to go secure this Baron.
I love how they backed off Baron and used the pockets of vision they had, right? That Riverside Baron, bush control, they had pinks in that side, and they were just ready to go. Pops the ultimate, gets the dive going, and Personify, with no summoners available really, or just wasn't able to really get out of dodge, is going to be the reason this Baron gets started.
Oh man, what happened to the Aatrox? He goes in and he goes out. Yeah, it's a 5v3 right now. Breezy Bay taking a whole lot of damage, forced to ult away. Super Mega Death Rocket gets blocked by Hockey, and that means it's going to be Baron to the side of RIT. 21 minutes in, Shibby, they hold a commanding almost 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they're going to reset. Dragon coming up in about 15 seconds. Haxor still has TP available, by the way, so he can just mosey on to the top side, start splitting that down. He's going to force either Mare or Dunlop to answer, and realistically, Niners are in no position to fight this. You are questing on 1.5 items on your major carries here. You look on the other side, Hockey, 2 items. Arceus, 2.5, right? Like, he's got so much damage. Look at Maxander, Stride Breaker, Kraken Slayer in hand. You aren't getting away from him if he lands a stun or lands a knockup, right? Like, it's rough to fight into this team. Realistically, if they're Niners, you just have to separate and catch waves as you can. Feed double waves into Jinx or the ASOL here. I feel like Mare picking this up is not worth it.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult here. Haxor is going to get that top inner turret and is going to look for the spike. Look at all the healing. Holy crap. Haxor is just way too strong. He's uber elite, my friend.
Just absolutely on a rampage here. And if you can't kill him with 3, what hope do you have to kill him
Charm,
with more? And now another engage.
Volibear, big game hunting here for the side of RIT as they are just going absolutely ballistic right now. Playing at a breakneck pace. Should be they're looking to put themselves in an unlosable spot.
Bot lane inhibitor going down. Top lane's being pressured as well. That mid lane is not where it needs to be. The wave not escorted in, but once these 2 inhibitors go down,
Dunlop?
you have to believe that they're going to turn their tails. It's Dunlop!
Haxor tamed the dragon. He does get hit with the zap, which means he should go down here. It's going to be a big shutdown for Persona 5 Red. But looking back, the base is in shambles. They need to try to make a play here. 4v4, flash ultimate from Breezy Bay. Gets on top as many mazes to get the kill. But it's Maxander who does a lot of damage and sustains at least a decent amount. Here comes Mare on the Aatrox, looking for more. Hockey forced the flash away. World Ender popped, looking for more. Knockup goes down, but they have the damage. That ultimate from Wei comes out, does a decent chunk, but they can't get anything more. They need some teammates. Maxander goes all the way in. He needs some assistance. He manages to pick up 1, and he's going to get the reset. He picks up 2, and he's going to get the reset. And he's looking for Breezy Bay next. Breezy Bay forced to run away, and Maxander is going to flash forward and triple kill the Volibear.
9, 1, and 4 on the Bel'Veth. You take his Vi away, you take his Viego, but you can't take the carry power of this jungler. Zydus, what are you doing, my man?
You cannot stop the funk known as Maxander. The last Nexus turret has fallen. Dunlop is getting dove in the fountain, and RIT, after a rough game 2, come out so strong in game 3, play a crisp game 3, and put themselves into the finals.
Lights out gameplay coming from RIT here, and a big shout out to Maxander, right? A constant threat in the draft, in the game, on the Vi, the Xin Zhao, the Bel'Veth. 3 different junglers, right? Coming in and just performing on each one. Even in game 2 on the Xin Zhao, did a damn good job getting himself and Haxor ahead in that top side. They just could not convert it into the win. Well, you know what? He decided, I'm not giving any more kills away to Haxor. Give me the ball. Give me the kills. I'll carry on the Bel'Veth. A massive performance from RIT, and Maxander just putting the team on his back in game 3.
Maximum Alexander getting the job done. A player that you and I have talked about at length, who was very, very strong, was able to carry his team to victory. And you will see RIT Orange in the finals. And you know what else you're going to see? Shibby, you're going to see some Overwatch tomorrow, right? We got Overwatch 2 continuing the playoffs here. It is the semifinals coming up here at 7 o'clock. It's going to be Bullskunk, Chef Billy giving you all the action. And then Sam Talks in 2, Try Hard Ray. That's going to start at 7 p.m. Eastern. If you live in a different time zone, you figure it out. I'm sorry. I live in the East Coast my entire life, so I am not helping you out. Grand Finals week is going to be the next week before Nationals, so keep that in mind. We also have some Rocket League going on Friday. It'll also be starting at 7 p.m. So chock full of NECC esports action that you are not going to want to miss. But that will do it here for us this evening. Shibby, it was a great effort by both teams. Ultimately, RIT stands and moves on. And the only thing that's left for us to say is for myself, for my co-caster Shibby, for Bridie and Rare Adam behind the glass, thank you all so much for being with us here this evening, and we hope to see you tomorrow for some Overwatch 2 action.